The meeting of the Wight County School Board is hereby called to order. Today is Thursday, April 6, 2023. This meeting is being held at Westside Elementary School, 800 West Main Street, Smithfield, Virginia. The Wight County Schools is preparing students for college, career, and life. And the clerk will take the roll.
Mr. Cunningham?
Present.
Mr. Wooster?
Present.
Mrs. Tynes?
Present.
Mr. Marsh?
Present.
And Mr. Colick?
Present. And next we'll have the approval of the agenda or amendments for closed session.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the agenda for closed session as presented.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? The clerk will conduct the vote.
And Mr. Colick?
Yay.
Hold on just a second.
Got it.
Mr. Colick, your vote won't show up on there.
Right. Okay, so we've all voted to go into closed session, so we will do such.
Now I got to make the movement.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I move to go into closed session to review the personnel report posted on board docs under Personnel tab number 19.1 and to consider the resignation and transfer of an administrator as authorized by Virginia Code 2.2-3711A1 for purposes of discussion and consideration of prospective candidates of the Isle of Wight Public Schools for employment, contract changes, transfers, salary adjustments, supplemental contracts, deletions, supplemental pay, and resignations of Isle of Wight County Public Schools employees, and to provide information on a personnel transfer.
And we have a motion
Second.
and a second. Is there any discussion? There is no discussion. Clerk will take the vote.
Mr. Colick?
Yay. And all the votes are in the affirmative. Next, Ms. Whitlow, has anyone registered to speak in closed session?
No, sir.
Okay, then the board will enter closed session at this time. The meeting of the Isle of Wight County School Board is hereby reconvened in open session. First, we'll have the Certificate of Resolution of Compliance.
Mr. Chair, I move that the closed meeting was conducted in conformity with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act as required by Section 2-2-3712D of the Code of Virginia, and certify that only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements were discussed, and only such public business matters were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, the clerk will conduct a vote. Okay, and everybody voted in the affirmative. Next, we'll have the approval of the agenda or amendments for open session.
Mr. Chair, I motion to approve the agenda for open session as presented.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, the clerk will conduct a vote. And again, all voting in the affirmative. We will next go to the moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you. At this time, we'll say the pledge.
Good evening, everyone, and a special welcome to the Tri-Rivers basketball teams from both Windsor High and Smithfield High. We're very glad to have you here tonight. I want to wish everyone a very happy Easter and Passover, and wish you a safe and healthy spring break. And I especially want to tell each and every one of our students to enjoy your vacation, get some rest, and come back ready to work hard and finish off the school year right. We've got a lot to do this evening, so we're going to go ahead and just get started right now. And to start the meeting off, Mrs. Briggs will present the Isle of Wight Achievers.
All right, good evening, everyone. The vision for Isle of Wight County Schools is to create a learning environment that will enable every child to discover his or her unique gifts and talents. Isle of Wight Achievers section of our board meeting gives us an opportunity to recognize and celebrate our students and our staff for their unique talents and gifts. And as you can tell, we've got a lot of recognition tonight, and that is an excellent problem to have. I know you're enjoying seeing all these student faces out here in the audience. So as Mr. Collick, Chair Collick alluded to, we are going to be recognizing our Tri-Rivers basketball teams. And we are going to start with Smithfield High, but I first want to say, for those that aren't aware, the Tri-Rivers Basketball League was started over 8 years ago to provide an opportunity for all students to enjoy being part of an organized team. The league is composed of 8 schools, with each school playing a total of 5 games. Both Smithfield High and Windsor High had outstanding seasons and demonstrated their talent while also exhibiting exemplary sportsmanship towards all players. We're delighted to be able to recognize the students tonight along with their coaches and staff. So as I said, we're going to start with Smithville High, and I'm going to ask Ms. Getz and Dr. Coleman if they can help hand out pins. And I'm going to ask the coaches from Smithville High, I think Ms. Gwaltney is here, if she can come and help us with certificates at this time. And then we'll start bringing the students up. She's talking. Ms. Gwaltney's being social. Come on, Ms. Gwaltney. Yes, ma'am. Yep. Okay. Our players from Smithville High. First, we have Isaiah Moore. Is Isaiah here? Okay. Christian Moore. There's Isaiah. And let's have them face the board as they come up. Ms. Getz is going to help out with that. Reagan Williams. Reagan Williams. Layla Moss. Layla. Julius Joa. And Lorenzo. Okay. And Lorenzo Joa. Sam here. Sam Overby. Okay. Andrew Mason. Okay. Malachi Singletary. Yes. Marquise Martinez. Okay. Natalia Canalicchio. KT Brown. Maya Haw. Jerry Holmes. Liam Matthews. KJ Parker. And cheerleader Kiera Hornbeck Elder. And the coaches, who are also the teachers and assistants for the students, we have Jill Gwaltney, who is helping us out here. Marcy Spoonhoward and Diane Williams. And in addition to the certificates, the students are also getting a picture in their folder from their basketball game where they played Windsor High School. So they also have that picture. And we're going to have them come over here to the side, and we're going to take a group photo of them with Ms. Gwaltney. And family members, you're welcome to come up here and get a picture as well. you, and congratulations, Packers. We appreciate you being here tonight. And from Windsor High, our coaching staff, I'm going to ask the coaches and the teachers who I call out if you'll come up and help us with certificates as well. We have head coach Ryan Pringle, assistant coach Chuck Parrish. Back up on my keys. And student coaches Peyton Getz and Lizzie Shaw. We also have classroom teacher Rhonda Andrusik. And Monique Scussel, the assistant. I don't know if Monique's here or not. Okay. All right, now players. Our players include Aiden Joyce. Okay. Landon Pippins. Landon, awesome. And let's get them to face the board while they're up here if they don't mind. Lily McKenzie. Lily, nope. Justice Bazemore. Nope. Zachary Alexander. Cage DeBrune. I know Cage is here. And, you know, I, as a Hokie alum, I can't shout out the fact that Cage had a tech hat on the other day, so, yep, go Hokies. Xavier Johnson. All right, Xavier. There's Xavier. Awesome. And Alex Brown. Awesome. We are so proud of the Windsor High Tri-Rivers basketball team and the coaches and the teachers. Congratulations on an outstanding season. We'll give you a round of applause, and then we're going to have you come over here to the side for a nice photo. And any family members that want to come up to get a picture and get in the picture, feel free.
Now it's the Windsor what? Windsor what? Dukes. What a good looking group. Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you again to our Windsor High student athletes, Tri-Rivers, for being here, and their family members, and the Smithville High group and their family members. We really appreciate all you did this year to represent your schools and Isle of Wight County with such respect. All right, at this time we're going to move on to our next group, which actually is Junior Beta. And students from Georgie Tyler Middle and Smithville Middle recently competed in the Virginia Junior Beta Convention in Hampton. Both schools were exemplary representatives of the division and won numerous awards during the competition. We're happy to honor those students and sponsors during tonight's meeting. And do you want me to have Ms. Bachman come up and help? Okay, you do it. All right, we're going to ask when we call your name, come on up. And Ms. Getz has certificates, Dr. Coleman has got a pen, and if you would, just sort of line up in front, facing the board until we're done reading out all of the names from your school. So we're going to start first with Smithfield Middle. The following students are being recognized for placing at the Junior Beta Convention. First, Peyton D'Amico, who placed third in Visual Arts Digital. Okay. Leela Cameron, third place, Visual Arts Painting. Gotta stop that.
Shane's not here.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Nance. All right. Then we have Chloe Woodard, third place, Visual Arts Recyclable Art. Okay. Next, we have the team of John Worthington, Ellie Fetch, Georgia Roundtree, Grant Miller, and Colin Hicks, third place, Junior Robotics. Next, Lana Green, first place, on-site art, painting, and drawing. Lana. Here's my email buddy. She kept saying I forgot what time I'm supposed to be. Then we have Kaylee Williford and Grace Cox. And Kaylee and Grace received first place Junior Performing Arts Solo Duo Trio. We'll get it fixed. Yep. And then we have Amor Tortosa, second place, Junior Speech. Is Amor here? Okay. And the club sponsor is James Nance, assisted by Rebecca Cox, who's here. And that's Miss Cox's right there. Okay. Yes. Sorry, Carly. Okay. And we want to congratulate all of the Smithfield Middle School Junior Beta students, and thank you for coming out tonight. And we're going to have you come over here to the side. We'll get a group photo. And once again, any family members who want to come up to take a photo, this is the perfect time. Congratulations once again, Smithfield Middle. All right. Now we have our Junior Beta students from Georgie Tyler Middle. The following students are being recognized for placing at the Junior Beta Convention. And sponsor is Miss Sarah Bachman. Ms. Bachman, if you don't mind, can you come up and maybe help us with the certificates? And congratulations to Ms. Bachman as well. First, we have Sasha Pravat, third place Pottery Junior. Harmony Singleton, third place Science, 7th grade. Elisa Baird, third place Language Arts, 6th grade. Next, we have the team of Elisa Baird, Michael Robertson, Jackson Edmonds, and Madison Lacey. and they placed third in musicology junior oral. Next, Oliver Harper, third place, math, 6th grade. Oliver also placed first in club three-dimensional design junior. Cannon Jones, second place, color photography junior. Bailey Mooney, second place, poetry junior. Excuse me. Margaret Bachman, second place, recyclable art junior. Riley Lawrence, second place, science, 6th grade. Nicholas Slaba, second place, woodworking junior. Isabella Baisden, second place, performing arts. And that was as dancer, junior, solo, duo, trio. And Isabella also placed first in premier performer, junior dancer. So congratulations, Isabella. Diana Gonzalez Amaya, first place, Spanish, 7th grade. Braden Harris, first place, social studies, 8th grade. And the team of Rylan Zemansky and John Schaefer, first place, club technology junior. Okay. Okay. And now the team that placed first for living literature, and several are already up here, but if you have not come up, when you hear your name, please come forward. The team of Naira Butler, Virginia Brown, Zalia Davis, Cassidy Gerger, Mackenzie Kessinger, Chloe Holcomb, Kendall Jones, Addison Oliver, Jeffrey Palma, Emma Pierce, Diana Gonzalez Amaya, and Bailey Mooney. So we want to congratulate our Titans for their accomplishments at the Junior Beta Convention, and thank you so much for coming out here tonight. And we're going to have you come over to the wall, and Ms. Getz is going to get you all organized, and we'll get a photo, and any family members, once again, please feel free to come up and get a picture as well. Yeah. Oh, did everybody get? Oh, very good. Congratulations once again, Georgie Tyler Titans. All right. Next, we have Windsor High School. Several students from Windsor High School's forensics team competed in the 2A state competition in March and placed third as a team. They were also the 2AB Super Region Forensics Champion. We want to recognize all the state competitors and congratulate them on their success this season. First, we have, and I know she's not here, Peyton Getz for prose interpretation. We have Melissa Carr and Samira Ward for Serious Duo Interpretation. Trent Taylor and Connor Walters for Serious Duo Interpretation. Danielle Raquana for Storytelling. Oh, nope, okay, heard no. Maggie Minardi, Serious Dramatic Interpretation. Nope, okay. Cadence Delgado, Humorous Dramatic Interpretation. Nope. Marina Seagrave, third place, Serious Dramatic Interpretation. McKenna Finley, second place, Poetry Interpretation. Original Oratory, first place, Allison Martins.
Yes.
Oh. And the team is coached by Ginger Beatty Riffle. Unfortunately, Ms. Riffle could not be with us tonight, but Ms. Riffle was also named the 2AB Super Region Coach of the Year. And so we congratulate the team and Ms. Riffle for such an outstanding accomplishment this year. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Yep. So I have to say, when that happens, in my head I'm going, I know I sent the letters. I know I sent the letters. So I know I sent the letters because Allie's here. Whew. Okay. I know I sent the invites. All right. And we are going to wrap up our recognitions with our Seniors of the Month. Our Senior of the Month for April from Windsor High School is Claire Weisenberger. Claire learned at an early age to never give up on what she is doing or what she wants to achieve. She is persistent in her quest for knowledge and understands the value of doing a great job the first time on any task she is doing. She has shown through her volunteerism that she cares deeply about her community. She has spent time with the Beta Club, weeding and planting flowers in the common areas around the community. She babysits and dog sits for community members, and she volunteers to help monitor event stations at the elementary school's annual field day. As senior class president, she has facilitated a school community outreach project with Windsor Consulate Care. Claire is extremely well organized and goal-oriented. She listens with an open mind, processes information quickly, and is able to adjust on the fly when things aren't proceeding as planned. She has maintained her high grades and handled the duties of senior class president this year without missing a beat. Quote, Claire possesses a sunny disposition that lights up a room when she enters. People gravitate towards her and want to be around her because she is genuine and nice to everyone she meets. I absolutely loved having her positive energy in my class, and that was from Mrs. Debbie McManaway, honors chemistry teacher. Claire plans on pursuing a major in communication sciences and disorders at Longwood University in the fall. Congratulations very much, Claire. Okay, and our Senior of the Month from Smithville High is Micah Spicer. Micah, he's right here. Micah is president of the National Honor Society and a member of the Beta Club. She is also an active member of the Leo Club, the Green Club, and the Library Advisory Council. She is the captain of the debate team, specifically Student Congress. Micah currently has an internship with Virginia delegate Nadarius Clark, in which he does field work for his campaign. She has participated in multiple community service activities such as campus cleanup and canned food drives. Micah is a compassionate, outgoing, and dedicated student who goes out of her way to help others. Her greatest joy is mentoring other students. She is always eager to help, and when asked, her answer is always yes. She never turns down a request. Micah is a positive role model, and many of her peers look to her for guidance and leadership. She demonstrates outstanding character, hard work, and integrity. Quote, Micah Spicer is the product of combining sheer will, grit, and determination with an empathetic heart and an unquenchable desire to grow and learn. She is one of the most resilient, motivated, driven, and caring young women that I've ever had the privilege to teach and coach, and that's from history teacher and debate coach, Mr. Matt Ployd. Micah has been accepted to Colgate University and Temple University in Tokyo, Japan. She plans to major in international relations, and we congratulate you very much, Micah, on your accomplishments. Get you over here. Congratulations once again, Micah. And that is going to conclude our Isle of Wight Achievers tonight. We want to thank the Achievers once again who came out and their family members and friends who came out to support them. And with that, I will turn it back over to the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Briggs. Next, we will have Ion Instruction presented by Westside Elementary School.
And I know when I need it, I can count on you like 4, 3, 2, and you'll be there. 'Cause that's what friends are supposed to do, oh yeah. Ooh, you can count on me 'cause I can count on you.
Good evening, school board members and Dr. Kramer. We're here this evening as head of house representatives to share with you our kindness initiative.
We are the Eagles, and our goal at Westside Bestside is to leave a legacy.
What is kindness? Well, in January, we met with Mr. Johnson to determine how we could spread kindness and encourage everyone in our school to do the same.
It was from these meetings we created kindness eggs. Teachers simply give us kindness eggs when we show kindness towards others.
We even get to recognize teachers and classrooms for their kindness.
Why should we spread kindness? We were saddened by local and national tragedies impacting our schools and our world.
We also began to notice that our houses also began losing health hearts and not earning Eagle Magic because of poor choices we were making.
We needed a positive change and believed encouraging kindness would help.
So, when did we start kindness? Well, on Friday, February 10th, we launched kindness with a virtual pep rally that created a desire for us to make a difference.
The following week was Kindness Week, where we had a Spirit Week, learned more about the importance of being kind, which inspired us to spread kindness.
Being displayed are a few pictures capturing our Kindness Week.
We know that there's always tomorrow. Lean on me when you're not strong. when you need a hand. We all need somebody to lean on.
Even though Kindness Week is over, we continue to be intentional with being kind and recognizing others for their kindness.
How? Kindness eggs. We earn eggs for being kind, and then we place the eggs in our house bird nest.
At the end of the day, eggs are counted and added to our house egg count total. Each egg we earn is worth 3 house points.
During our weekly house meetings, we use the egg totals to go shopping at the Kindness Shop and purchase powers for our house. We can purchase enchantments, armor, and strength powers.
When a member of our house is unkind, our principal talks with us and 3 eggs are removed from our house total, then redistributed to the other 3 houses. Who should be kind? Everyone. We are encouraged to spread kindness everywhere.
Our parents can even share pictures and testimonials of our kindness with Mr. Johnson,
which he then shares on the Daily Eagle News.
Research shows that a positive school culture can increase student attendance and academic achievement.
Spreading kindness promotes mental and emotional health for us and our teachers.
Dr. Kramer and school board members, in front of you is an egg inside a nest.
This egg is symbolic.
We know your job can be very stressful.
So these aren't just eggs, they're stress reliefs.
Go ahead, squeeze on them.
These eggs represent our kindness initiative.
We earn eggs at Westside by being kind.
We ask that you hold these eggs, squeeze them, but most importantly, as you continue with this meeting today,
and all other future meetings and challenging endeavors, that you consider bringing these eggs.
That you will use them as a reminder to be kind to one another and everyone.
For anyone who is in the audience tonight, please turn around and remove a special note written from the back of your seat written by a Westside student. We hope you appreciate their kindness and gratitude. And for everyone who is in the audience tonight and everyone watching virtually, please remember our pledge.
In a world where you can be anything, be kind. We are Westside Best Side. Thank you.
Do you have any questions for us?
I was talking to them. I'm sorry. I don't have a question for you. I just want to thank you all. When I had an opportunity to read my board docs and I found out what you all were doing, I read it earlier in the week because there were other schools across Virginia doing the same thing. And I said, oh, we get to see this kindness. I just would like to thank you, Mr. Johnson, and all of the staff members at Westside for working with you. And I don't want to see it to stop here tonight. Continue that kindness, and maybe it will spread right on into the secondary schools, meaning Smithfield Middle and Smithfield High, okay? And have a lovely spring break.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Let me borrow yours and I need it. Because he would tell you, I tell you what I need you to know. Get it off my chest.
Test.
Put that in my glue.
Okay, folks, next we will have the request to speak on agenda items.
Okay, I'm going to read the citizen comments procedures, and this is going to apply to this section of the meeting and also to the next item on the agenda, which is the request to speak non-agenda items. In accordance to policy BDDH-E, presentation of information on any subject will be concluded at the discretion of the board. No person will be recognized to speak more than once. Citizens scheduled on the agenda to speak will be permitted 4 minutes maximum time for their presentation. Delegations will be requested to limit their speakers to 2. Persons speaking are asked to be specific, state the issues for the board's consideration, and attach a copy of your prepared remarks. If you have prepared remarks, they should be given to the board clerk. Please do not approach the board members. Any matter relating to specific students will be heard by the school board only in a closed meeting. First, we have Mr. Greg Brown.
Good evening, board members. Nice to see everybody here. I heard Mr. Cunningham was at Hardy Elementary earlier today, which is nice. I got to go to Career Day yesterday, and based on what I saw there, we will have no shortage of firefighters and ninjas in about 10 years. So I want to speak on the iTeach idea. I reviewed some of the information on it, and it sounds like a valuable addition to our options for teacher training and certification. Some potential teachers might not have the ability to attend a traditional college to obtain the training they need to become certified teachers, and this seems like a viable alternate pathway. I would encourage making this pathway available for potential teachers who want to work in Isle of Wight schools. This does raise the point of recruiting the people that would want to use this pathway and retaining the teachers we already have. In the material on iTeach, it specifically states that the majority of candidates are recruited by word of mouth. So the best recruiters for our school system are the current employees of our school system. We need our employees to feel that this is a great place to work because it is our employees that are going to help bring in new people to fill any vacancies we have. The iTeach program will help provide a pathway to certification, but we need to get candidates in the door before they can take advantage of this program. Additionally, our best use of resources is to keep the teachers that we already have. National data places the minimum cost of replacing an entry-level employee at $3,500 to $10,000. That is just the direct cost of recruiting and training and other direct costs, and doesn't include any costs to lost institutional knowledge, lost experience, overburdening of existing employees, or any other intangible costs. So with these points in mind, what are we doing to keep our existing employees? Are we making sure they feel valued and supported by the school board and by school administration? Unfortunately, it seemed like some of the recent statements by some board members gave the impression that we weren't concerned about losing employees. Every employee we push away costs actual money to replace, and it impacts our recruitment of new employees to replace them. So in addition to approving the agenda for the iTeach program, I would hope that we consider the costs of our word and actions for the residents of Isle of Wight County and the school system. Thank you very much.
Mr. Lewis Edmonds.
Good evening. Last month I expressed concern about policy GCPB, which was up for first read, and you have tonight for second read and approval, which regulates employee resignations. Over the past month, I've learned significantly more about how resignations are treated by Isle of Wight County Schools and our surrounding school divisions. I sent this information to you earlier this week. For the sake of transparency, and especially for the teachers in the county, I will recap some of the highlights. Back in September, Mrs. Sullivan described an agreement or an expectation between school divisions in the region not to hire teachers who have not received release from their contracts. To be fair, Mrs. Sullivan nor anyone at Isle of Wight County Schools created this agreement, and it probably predates most of the staff. That said, because it's always been this way, doesn't make it right. This agreement is unwritten. None of you know the parameters of it, nor do you know what school divisions are following it and which ones are not. You also don't know if it's legal. What I can tell you is that it's unfair and it's immoral. This agreement essentially creates a non-compete clause that teachers have not contractually agreed to in their contracts. The school divisions ours included, then collude to blacklist qualified teachers from being hired based off of the reason that based off of us not agreeing with the reason that they resign. What this does is you're robbing a teacher of their livelihood. You're taking their license, and that keeps them from being able to be hired in the profession that they have trained to. There are roughly 425 positions in the county. That includes administrators who also hold teachers' license that this affects. That's over half of your employees. By not following the process that the state has afforded you, which is GCPB, and it lays out, and what you'll hopefully approve tonight, is it gives you two other options. It gives you the option to petition the State Board of Education to suspend a license. It also gives you the option to petition the State Board to have a written reprimand against a teacher if they resign for what you deem to be an unjust reason. I recommend that you follow that process instead of an unwritten agreement that basically circumvents that by having the same effect on the teacher, but robbing the teacher of due process, as your attorney had pointed out last month, 2 hearings where the teacher would get to state their case as to why they resigned. You're also robbing another school division and robbing our school division of the opportunity to hire qualified teachers who, for whatever reason, may have resigned. And all of us are professionals. We've all been in the workforce. We've all had a boss that, you know what, for whatever reason, it just didn't work out and we didn't agree. Or we had some kind of grievance and you couldn't resolve it and you decided, you know what, I'm going to leave. Specifically with teachers, some of them just get burned out. They lose faith in the school system they're teaching in and they need a new start. What this unwritten agreement does is it robs them of that opportunity, either leaving here or the opportunity to come here. I ask that you direct the superintendent and the HR director to immediately stop this process, that you think about GCPB, and that you lay out some guidelines and some expectations as to what you will do or what your expectations are if a teacher resigns for what is deemed an unjust reason. Thank you.
Okay, the next agenda item is request to speak on non-agenda items. Our first speaker is Addison Diefenbacher.
As you know already, my name is Addison Diefenbacher. I'm a student at Smithfield High School in the 9th grade. Ever since I was little, I have suffered from numerous medical conditions. Some may include narcolepsy, anxiety, and ADHD. I'm here today to talk about a situation I had at school on March 14th, 2023. I brought paperwork from my doctor stating I can self-administer my own medication. The nurse assistant prior to this had told me if I had brought in that form, if I brought in that form from my doctor saying I can self-administer my own medication. I gave the paperwork to the nurse assistant and went back to class. Around 30 minutes later, I get called down to the office with my medication. The nurse takes a look at my prescription and her first words are, "Oh, that's dangerous. You can't carry this around." And she took it from me. I proceeded to tell her that I need the medication to go on with my day, and she said I would need to come back with an adult to pick it up at the end of the day. After further talking about the paperwork, she said if my doctor directly stated I could self-administer, I would be fine. I went back to class and continued my day without my medication. Around 2:20 the same day, I was called into the nurse's office, this time with my mom. She had my updated pill bottle and was trying to figure out the problem. The nurse told me and my mom that the prescription was dangerous. We asked why, and she responded that it was a stimulant. She couldn't name any other ingredient or use of the medication other than it being a stimulant. The assistant nurse called down the nurse supervisor. When she walked in, she told me that this is just how things work, and it's legal stuff that I wouldn't understand. I explained to her that administering the medication myself would keep me safer. The reasoning behind this is that if I'm in the far back of the school, all the way upstairs, and need my medication, walking down to the nurse's office is very unsafe for me because I have risk of falling, hurting myself, fainting, having hallucinations from my sleepiness, confusion, throwing up, and other things, other consequences that could be seen from this. Her response to me was, "No, honey, this way is safer," as if I didn't know what I was talking about. I kept further explaining to her what I'm talking about, and she treats me like a baby. I started crying out of fear, worry, and frustration, and to her response, she giggled. That's when I left the nurse's office and went home. The following Thursday, I had a medical emergency in school, In my fourth block around 2 o'clock, I had a friend walk me down to the nurse's office as I felt like I was going to pass out. When I got there, I sat down, and the nurse was asking me what's wrong. She asked me if it was happening from my narcoleptic. I corrected her and explained to her what was happening, and sat down. I felt my body falling asleep, and I asked to go sit down on one of the beds. I sat down, and she left the room. I don't remember what happened next, but I do remember waking up halfway falling off of the bed. She wasn't supervising me. They gave me water and I asked to have saltines to help my nausea. My mom arrived at the school, and the nurse said to me, "Get in the wheelchair, please." I said that I was feeling fine to walk and I would be okay. She said, "I don't want to lose my job. Please get in the wheelchair." I listened and I got home fine.
1 minute. You have 1 minute left.
Oh, sorry. Why do I get treated as if I don't know my own diagnoses? I want to go to school and live my life like I would at home, safely. The policies that I'm facing don't make me feel safe. They make me feel in danger for something to happen. I have been advocating and speaking my voice about my medical issues for years now. I constantly struggle with things like this that make me feel belittled. This speech isn't just for me, but for every other student that goes to my school and all the other schools in Isle of Wight that struggle with these things too. I want to see a change in the system for myself and everyone else who needs it. My safety should matter, and I should be able to walk around my school feeling safe. My doctors have told me numerous times that they feel better if I self-administered, but a nurse who doesn't know my diagnosis by heart tells me that it's safer if I don't listen to him. I know me and other students need this change, and I hope you can see this issue and what it's negatively impacting in students' lives. Thank you.
Jamie Griskowiak.
Griskowiak. Okay. My name is Jamie Griskowiak, and I'm Addison's mom. As a mom, one of my biggest fears was that my child would not have a voice and that she would not be heard. In this case, my child used her voice and stood up for herself. And instead of being heard, she was made to feel small and as if what she had to say wasn't important and didn't matter. We need to do better. Isle of Wight Schools' commitment to ensuring each child is life ready was not demonstrated here. A 9th grader had the courage and desire to advocate for herself, and she was met with laughs from nursing staff and no options. She was told a medication that is necessary for her daily functioning is dangerous. She was told by someone who has never met her and knows nothing about her medical needs or the struggle of her medical journey. As a parent, I can understand the needs for rules and policies and to ensure every child's safety. What I cannot understand is someone telling my child that their medication is dangerous and then giggling in my child's face as my child explains through tears why it isn't dangerous for her to take this medication and her own personal safety concerns. Again, we need to do better. I'm asking that we take a deeper look at how students are being listened to. Why ask our students to question and research? Where there's a will, there's a way, right? But yet, a student who is advocating for their personal health and safety is met with it's just the way it is. We ask our students to trust staff and know that their best interests are at heart, but yet a student is laughed at and made to feel dismissed when voicing concerns. There was no teamwork in this case. There was no follow-through. There was a lack of communication. As a parent, I need to know my child is being taken seriously when it comes to her health, as well as every other student should be. Every student needs to feel safe at school, and every student should feel supported by school staff. Thank you.
Jasmine Johnson.
Good evening, members of the board. Please excuse me, I caught a cold and so I might sound a little congested. I would like to reintroduce myself. My name is Jasmine Johnson. I'm a junior at Smithfield High School. As you may be aware, I have come before you on 2 previous occasions in regards to the new policy IMB. Consequently, that is exactly why I am here before you today once again. When I spoke at the meeting in March, I stated that if the policy was passed, I would be ashamed of my Wight County School Board. Unfortunately, this is now true. Due to the policy being passed, I am indeed ashamed of my Wight County School Board. As I have stated previously, there are many issues and problems with policy IMB. I will not list them all, as that will take more time than I am permitted. A major one that I will mention is the vagueness of the policy. This vagueness comes directly from our very own school board. For example, in the News 3 segment, one of the board members was asked specifically what divisive concepts or topics are. The response given was, and I quote, "It can really be anything that's controversial." The school board official then stated that what most people think of when it comes to such topics is racism. The news reporter then asked if topics such as racism can be taught in classes, and the school board official said that the topics are allowed to be taught, and continued saying that if we do not learn our history, then we are doomed to repeat it. This sounds great. However, it is contradictory in itself. That's another key issue of the policy. So to elaborate some of the issues, there is not a clear distinction as to what controversial topics are. If anything can be deemed as controversial, then that means all subjects and topics we learn can be considered controversial. And at that point, it almost sounds like we should just abandon school. While I could go on with issues regarding the policy, that is not my reason for coming before you tonight. As you all are aware, many teachers and students have spoken in opposition against the policy, voicing many problems and concerns. Unfortunately, those concerns were ignored and barely taken into consideration, if any consideration at all. Due to these aforementioned reasons, I have decided to conduct an anonymous survey for teachers throughout the Wight County School District. This survey is a safe place for teachers to voice their views and concerns regarding policy IMB. And during this survey, my goal is to gather data regarding how teachers feel about the policy. For example, if you are not already been aware, there are teachers who intend to leave the district due to policy IMB. After gathering the data from this survey, I intend to create a presentation. Today, I request that I be allowed to exhibit this presentation at the upcoming school board meeting in May. I request that I have a designated spot within the meeting to do this. My goal with this survey and presentation is to show the board how their teachers feel about this policy. I want to show the board the effect it has on the teachers within the county. In addition, I want to show how this policy and many other decisions made by the school board have caused teachers to feel in general about our school board. I do want to assure that there is no ill intent with this survey or presentation. The intention is to be informative and objective. Members of the board, I am extremely passionate about the effects that this policy is having, and I am dedicated to working to fix what it has caused. I want to help the members of the board truly understand the reaction of teachers to this policy. In order to help, I request once again to be added as an agenda item at the upcoming board meeting in May so that I can share my findings regarding policy IMB. Thank you for your time and have a blessed evening.
Thomas Dubois.
Good evening. My name is Thomas Dubois. I have 5 children, 3 of which currently attend Wight Schools. I came here during the summer, I believe it was July, and we had a meeting about school safety and active shooters and policies of that nature. I was naive to think that there was actually a policy in place, I guess, to begin with. This week there was 2 incidents at Smithfield High School. My daughter is a sophomore there. After the second incident, I was driving her to work after school one day, and I asked her, did she know about what happened, and she said no. So not only were the students not informed of what happened, but I also asked her if they ever had any active shooter drills, and she said no. This blows my mind. This is 2023. We've already had at least 17 school shootings this year. Why are we not doing active shooter drills? After that, I went home and started researching, and I cannot find any policies or procedures in place for what we do if someone does decide to be an active shooter in one of our schools. After reading comments on Facebook from one of the incidents this week, it was said that the principal took one of the students back to the scene where the gun was supposedly at. So if there is a policy in place, it's obviously not being followed, because I don't see why our principal would take a student who's reporting a weapon in school back to where the weapon was supposedly located. A long time ago, I was in the Army. I served 13 years in the Army, in the 82nd Airborne. I have multiple combat deployments, special operations, building schools, security, all that. I've seen firsthand what happens in schools when violence is brought through the doorway. I do not want any of our students in this district, especially my children, to have to deal with that. The memories that are burned in my brain, no one should ever have to see in this county. There are 9 schools in this district. I'm willing to do threat assessments on every single school. I'm willing to help with policy, and I'm willing to help with training. And to make it even easier, I'm willing to do all that for free on my own time. This skit that the kids did here earlier was amazing, but the minute a gun comes through that door, that innocent is going to go away forever, and those kids will never be the same. Like the speaker before me, I would like for an agenda item to be added for next month to come up with a policy for what we do in these schools if someone decides to do that. I do not want to come up here again as a non-agenda item speaker to talk about something that should already be in place. Thank you.
Kiana Cox-Jones.
Dr. Kramer, board, many of you know me, but for the sake of tonight, allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Kiana Cox-Jones, and I am not your coordinator of equity and inclusion, but I am an advocate for diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. I'm the mother of 3 students in all of Wight County Schools, but I'm also the mentor, friend, colleague, and advisor to many people from all walks of life who carry identities that are different from mine. I thought long and hard about what I would say when I stood before you regarding policy I and B. Would I come angry, screaming, yelling, and using inappropriate language? No. Who would do that? Would I come here and call you names and degrade you as a human being simply because we disagree? Why, no. Who would do that? Because who would want our children to look at these videos later and duplicate our behavior? Or would I come here restoratively and share some truth, and instead of calling you out, call you in to deeply assess your lack of awareness, your fears, and some of your privilege? Awareness when reading the policy. When I'm reading the policy, I'm aware that you lack awareness, which is the cognizant, observant, and conscious of similarities and differences among and between different identity groups. You voted on this policy based on your experiences, on your fears, and your explicit and implicit biases and prejudice. Section B of the policy says life should be viewed, although without biases and discrimination towards any individual or group on their characteristics or identities. Yes, it should, but that is not the case for all students. Having the conversation about bias is not a controversial issue. It is an uncomfortable, courageous conversation that makes us more aware of how we respond to people, how we view them and see them. Having these conversations is not pointing fingers, but simply ensures that the next generation is better. I once read a quote that says, systemic racism is so embedded in systems that if we assume that it reflects the natural, inevitable order of things, this is not your normal order. So when we add language like Section F that says there is no systemic racism or bigotry perpetrated in the United States government or any entity, that is your fear of being uncomfortable. That is your fear of ideas that are different from you. That is your fear of both and. The United States is a beautiful country and has made choices that are bad and perpetuated racism and bigotry. Your normal is not our normal. I want you to listen and understand that furthermore, the racism that you believe does not exist, the racism you believe that has not been perpetuated is the very thing some of the members of your board and some of the members of your community did to me. At least 2 years ago, I was the recipient of hate mail via email, via mail. I was the recipient of smear campaigns on social media and pictures of me being sent to our former superintendent calling me his black queen. You tried to degrade me. You tried. But I hope that this, just like me, inspires our students to say, what are they trying to hide? And what you meant for harm, I hope that it inspires a group of students to ask questions like that young lady back there who says, we will not allow this to go on. Your policy attempts to hide the very thing that you are doing, so it's a cover-up so that you can continue to keep on doing it. But the truth comes out today. So I invite you to a restorative conversation with me. No yelling, no anger, no friends, just you and I having a conversation. I'll leave you with this. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said, "A man must evolve for all human conflict, a method which rejects revenge, aggression, and retaliation. The foundation of such a method is love." And I'm not angry. I'm empowered.
Bob Hines.
Good evening, I'm Bob Hines, if I got this right. This might be trouble. Recent comments in the Smithfield Times indicates that the writers claim that some decisions by the current school board has set us back many years. That's baloney. It's suggested that newspapers not publishing something is using discretion, not censorship. But when parents want materials to be age appropriate and fit for their children, then that is censorship. Both scenarios are examples of good discretion or censorship, if you please. Books showing various sex acts being available to young children is just not appropriate. Written words can be problem enough, but illustrations of sex acts? Seriously? Why not put Playboy and Playgirl and the like in the libraries too? Age appropriate, discretion, or censorship? Which is it? Around the country, there are drag queen shows explicitly for toddlers, some in public schools. There's an outfit by the name of Project Veritas. Recently, they have secretly interviewed and exposed various educators in New York that feel that it is their mission to groom school-age children in various ways with sexual agendas, as well as to indoctrinate them that the United States is a bad place. They impose their personal politics and agendas on their students. The exposés have resulted in some people being fired, as parents were aghast and furious to find out about these surreptitiously taught agendas. I hope this sort of thing's not going on in Isle of Wight. As regards CRT, what is being opposed by me and many others is not the teaching of the many past or current major wrongs committed by the USA. To say that most, if not all, conservatives do not want these topics taught is a blatant lie. People who think like me are branded as racist. Even conservative non-white persons are branded as Oreos. The race card is played by liberals as a cover for enabling what I'm going to say next is being pushed and legitimized. Truly open-minded persons, liberal or conservative, should want the unvarnished truth of history taught. But it seems that what the liberal agenda is that if you're born white, you must have a racist gene, and everyone else is your victim. This is what conservatives object to. Some people say the U.S. has moved past racism. Many have, but of course not all. The liberal agenda is to live in the past and bring it back full circle. African Americans and Native Americans were 100% victimized by those in control, white males. Unbelievable that some churches bought and sold slaves, but they did. And for many years after slavery ended, black people were held back in various nefarious ways. Is that the case today? Surely still by some, but again, not all. But since I'm white, I would not even begin to try to define what it is to live as a non-white person in the USA. But I do know what it is to be branded as a racist just because I'm white, even though some others of my skin color believe such other generalized nonsense. Suggesting that we cannot teach about slavery because it might offend a student is plain absurd. I submit that it is liberals pushing that most white folk, if not all, are racist, and that most all others are victims. This is what is winding the clock backward and creating a separatist mindset. I'll leave you with this. Would you take your young child or grandchild to a drag show? I saw a report about a woman wearing something less than a bikini bottom and just pasties on her upper body, leading around what appeared to be a 2 or 3 year old little girl at a story hour. Would you approve of such shows at a school event or church or family picnic? Would you lobby for these types of materials to be in your church library's children's section? Or would you apply discretion or censorship? After all, home and church are the places where we attempt to groom the next generations to our beliefs and values. Thank you.
Michelle Virtue.
Good evening. As introduced, my name is Michelle Virtue. One of my 5 children has attended Carsville Elementary for only the past 7 months, but he will not return next year. He will go back to the private school that he came from because of the current state of the school. At the March 14th school board meeting, Mrs. Susan Getz said, "We are not getting new teachers who have gone through traditional teacher prep programs, know about behavior management systems, and are ready to hit the ground running." She continued, "Now we are at the point where they come with a bachelor's degree, but they have not had all the education courses, so someone has to teach these new teachers how to operate in the classroom." We hit the wall with being able to attract teachers with their teacher's license. IWCS is not alone in this sentiment. It is countrywide. The National Education Association says that a new 2022 survey shows that 62% of educators throughout the country are leaving the profession or retiring early. This is a 25% increase due to the average from prior to 2020. Therefore, school systems should be embracing people like Mrs. Getz described, people like me, who are running into the burning building to save our children. I started my education 25 years ago with a double major in criminal justice and juvenile psychology. After quickly growing tired of being hit, kicked, spit, and urinated on daily in a maximum security juvenile detention center, I changed directions. Then, in 2020, I felt called to serve my community in a time of need in education through subbing, a way that I could help, the way that I imagine some feel called to serve our country during time of war. I started at a private school, the private school my son was at, then was recruited by ESS to sub for IWCS, and after a year of subbing with IWCS, I began full-time in pre-K at Carsville. Last summer, I started fulfilling the requirements for licensure. But my point is, I may not be classically trained, but I am not ill-equipped or unprepared for behavior management. Our assistant principal is a former state trooper. She was not classically trained, but she is certainly not ill-equipped for behavior management, and frankly, she is the backbone of Carsville Elementary. I have conversed with veteran teachers of 20, 25, and 35 years experience who were trained the way Mrs. Getz described is preferred, and none were trained for the behavior and downright teacher abuse happening in today's classrooms. The truth is that I am punched, hit, kicked, bitten, spit on, and even urinated on equally at CES as I was at that maximum security juvenile detention center every day. I have had 27 photographable injuries in 37 school days this year alone. In December of 2021, an email to my principal reported that my clothing had been violently ripped daily for more than a week. CES specifically functions more like a hospital than a school. Violent children receive priority attention from all available staff, as in an ER/OR. SPED students receive dedicated staff that is compartmentalized like a skilled nursing wing, and staff who are in those units are essentially in triage, hoping to be seen soon with students standing in the waiting room, waiting to be heard. The violence at CES is widespread. Teachers are leaving in ambulances in 1st and 5th grade classrooms. The rooms are being cleared of students in 2nd grade. 3rd graders are dodging objects being thrown and shielding their eyes. All while in pre-K, I'm teaching, say, please stop, ignore, ask for help. But we've been asking for help since September, and until our director of elementary education came and experienced the violence personally, we were largely ignored. My Westside egg says, "You can do it, just don't give up."
Mr. Edmonds, you good? Okay. Martha Jackson.
Martha Jackson, District 3, Smithfield, Virginia. Good evening, Chair Colick, board members, Superintendent Dr. Kramer. Dr. Kramer, I am humbled and inspired by your mission to support every student and each departmental staff member in all of Wight County Schools. At a time when negativity seeks to be at the forefront, you continue to energize, revitalize, and affect good change with your recognitions of positivity. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Troubling policies and procedures. Since December 2022, some of you have clashed, butted heads over ideologies on ethnicity, gender, class, finances through various policies and bylaws that elevate your standings personally. Is your refusal to even consider what is best for all students because it goes against some personal deep-seated issues and your resolve to put a political agenda before the needs of our precious students? I hope not. To demand that teachers use the framework set in INB is an insult to their years of licensure and continued training. Are you willing to revisit the policies that you consider divisive and the bylaws that are one-sided? I hope so. Gerber had a slogan at one time that said, "Babies are our business and our only business." The best education for every student in grades pre-K through 12 should be all of Wight County School Board's business and their only business. Thank you.
That's it, Chair Conk.
Thank you. Give me 1 second. Okay, normally we would have the reports from the student liaisons, but one thing I just want to mention a board for thought is about combining the two sections on citizens' comments on proposed agenda items and citizens' comments on non-agenda items. Don't need any answers now, just keep that in the back of your minds to think about. We'll talk about that a little bit later. Next, we're going to have the presentations from the superintendent's staff, and we'll start with the iTeach application. Mrs. Sullivan is going to present the iTeach application to the board for action.
Good evening. So last month, I believe it was, I brought to you all the MOU for iTeach. And now this is the application that we will send off to the Board of Education with iTeach. It's about a 200-page application. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to take those.
Does anybody have any questions?
I got a real quick one. I think it's great. Kind of echo what Mr. Brown was saying earlier. Is it a recruiting tool? Is it something you can use when you're out?
Yes, absolutely. So for people that are unlicensed but have a bachelor's degree, it's absolutely a recruiting tool to use to help them if we're in a district that offers it, whereas other districts may not. They'll give them an opportunity to have a low-cost path to licensure.
Good deal. And then just for my own edification, on page 65, it mentions that field experience, it's evaluated. Is that a part of the program, or is it one of our existing teachers who goes out and does the evaluations? How's that work?
So anyone who's completing this program is a current employee of our district, so they'll be teaching in one of our classrooms, and a principal or an assistant principal will be assigned to evaluate them just like they are for our requirements of evaluation. And so when they go in to do a formal classroom observation, which they have to have 3 times during their first 3 years with us, the principal or the AP will do the regular Isle of Wight County, State of Virginia observation, and then they will fill out a separate form specific to iTeach that we will send off to them. They require positive feedback from the administrator to allow the teacher to complete the program.
Good deal.
All right, any more questions? Mrs. Tynes.
I understood last month when you reported that program. I just have the one question. You just answered one because you said only staff that present staff that we have now can enter that program. Once they complete the program, they would get a license to teach just for Isle of Wight County, or they can go anywhere in the state of Virginia?
They'll get a Virginia teaching license, so that would be transferable to any district that they decided to go to. And iTeach does allow candidates to start the program with them without being assigned to a district, and after they complete a certain amount of classes, they can come to us and say, I'm in the iTeach program, which is also a plus for them and a reason for us to hire them because they're already set up in the program.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Cunningham.
Another short question. Once they complete iTeach, will they have to sign a contract saying they'll work for Isle of Wight for?
So they'll already have signed a contract when so we'll employ them just like we are now with some teachers that are not licensed as long as they have the bachelor's degree. But they will already have a contract with us, and that contract would remain in place for the longevity of that individual contract, yes.
Okay, so what's a standard contract? Is it 1 year, 2 years?
10 months for teachers.
Okay, so it's a possibility that after the person completes the program, he or she may leave right after.
They could. We would hope to be able to offer a location that's as welcoming to keep them, for sure.
Thank you.
So this is an action item. We'll take this approval, we'll get the chair to sign it, and then we'll send it off to VDOE, and then we'll let you know what that, if it's approved.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I move to approve the iTeach application as presented.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? There is no discussion. The clerk will take the vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you, Mrs. Sullivan.
Thank you.
And next, Ms. Magner will present the draft special education plan to the board for action.
Good evening. Hopefully this is on, yes. Hi. We actually brought this annual plan to you last month for information. This evening it's up for approval. It has been out to the public for review and to SEAC as well. If you have any questions, I am happy to answer this evening.
Good. Go for it.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the 2023-2024 special education plan as presented.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? There is no discussion. The clerk will take the vote. Okay, and that passes unanimously. Thank you, Mrs. Magner.
Thank you.
Next will be the Perkins Grant. Dr. Kale will present information on the Perkins Grant for both information and action.
Good evening. Dr. Kale is not with us tonight, so you get us. You know me, Kristen Formella. She's our coordinator, secondary math and science. We're going to do our best to answer questions for you, but before you, you have the Perkins Grant. This is an action item. It is due to the state the end of the month. So I'm going to open it up for questions.
Mr. Marish.
Real quick, so dig through it. Obviously, there's a lot of work that went into this. On page 7 of the PDF, there's a chart, and it's Perkins versus secondary performance standards. I'm just trying to understand it. It says, on the first line, it says a 4-year graduation rate, and then the Virginia agreed upon target is 94%. And then in the right-hand side, the performance from the actual 84.82%. Wait, what does that mean? Does that mean we're below the target?
So that number is incorrect, and we know that it is incorrect. We have reached out to VDOE to determine why that report is incorrect. We have not received a response yet, but we know that that has to be amended once we get the correct information from VDOE. Right now, there's nothing that we can do to fix it, but we know it's incorrect. We believe it is because we've had a number of January grads, so students who would have graduated in June but finished their requirements by the end of January, first semester, and elected to graduate then. We believe that that is not being accounted for in these numbers, which is causing us to be lower than we really are. So we do need to get that fixed. We just have not been able to get it done yet. However, I can say it doesn't change the body of the grant, and it doesn't change what we're going to be doing with the grant funds.
Okay.
If you would recall, we shared with you, I think last week with the chair and the vice chair, that we were awaiting updated information from the Department of Education. Unfortunately, that information hasn't come in yet. We will make certain to provide you with those updated numbers as soon as we get them.
So if we approve it tonight and you submit it, there's a possibility we have to re-vote on it later on?
I don't think that you're going to have to revote because it doesn't change the body of what we're putting in the grant.
Okay.
So I think we're going to be okay, but if so, we will certainly bring it back to you.
Okay. And then real quick, within the text of the application, there's numerous action items or items you intend to accomplish within the plan. Just from my own understanding, who oversees that? Is it like a self-assess or self-audit, or does someone actually come out to make sure you're doing what you said you were going to do?
That's more of a self-audit. There is a lot of language, like we're helping out guidance counselors to help with pathways. So it's more of educating our staff and ourselves on how to move forward.
Okay. Thank you. I yield.
Are there any more questions? Okay.
Mr. Chair, on that, I move to approve the Perkins grant as presented.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? If there is no further discussion, the clerk will take the vote. Okay, and another unanimous, it looks like. Yes. Next, we will have Mr. Cooprider to present information on the purchase of laptops for high school students to the board for action.
Yes, sir. Presented before you is a proposal to purchase the freshman devices that we do yearly. This is a budgeted expense that we were totally expecting. It is a little higher than normal just because our enrollment numbers have gone up in 9th grade. Last year we purchased 450. This year it's going to be 500. But the cost per laptop stayed pretty much the same at the moment, and it is for $504,000.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Mrs. Tynes.
there's no question. I would like to make a motion that give staff permission to purchase laptops for the high school students in the amount of $504,000.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Marsh.
In the documents you submitted, Mr. Cooprider, it says there's a VPSA grant, a local match, and an ESSER grant.
Yes, sir.
Tell me about the local match. So I know you said this was expected, and I'm assuming it's a part of the budget.
Yes, sir.
Tell me about the local match. How does that work?
So yearly, we receive an allocation from the VPSA grant, which is based upon number of schools as well as an allocation for the division itself. It totals $284,000. To receive that money, we must present a 20% local match. Of that, 25% of the local match has to be for training, and the other 75% has to be straight out of the technology operational budget.
Got it.
Is there any further discussion? Okay, the clerk will take the vote. And the purchase of laptops has been approved. Thank you, Mr. Cooperrider. And Mr. Christensen will present a list of light-duty equipment to put up for auction to the board for action.
Good evening, Board Chair, members of the board, Dr. Kramer. You all should have a list of light-duty auction items listed out that we are looking for approval to proceed with auctioning of. These are items that, as the Transportation Department continues its exhaustive inventory, have identified a number of items that are simply just beyond repair. These are items that are just going to cost much more time, maintenance, and effort than is worth it. The value is going to be at this point in auctioning off those items, clearing the space, receiving the funds we can, and putting it back into the program. So at this time, we're looking for approval to move forward with those auctions.
Are there any questions?
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the light-duty auction as presented.
Second.
We have motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? There is none. So the clerk will take the vote. Okay, and that is passed overwhelmingly.
Thank you.
And next, Ms. Larissa Harris will present a request to increase in the Wight County Schools FY 2022-2023 instructional category budget in the amount of $2,718 due to an increased funding from Mentor Teacher Grant. Ms. Harris.
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, Dr. Kramer, and members of the school board. So before you, you have a request that we're asking for $2,718 to be appropriated to the grant fund budget. Back in February 2023, there was a superintendent's memo in which the Commonwealth of Virginia made a distribution to the mentor teacher for fiscal year 2023, and we would like to have that allocation given to us here at the school board. So we're submitting this request on tonight upon your approval to ask the board of supervisors to approve the allocation for this award.
Mr. Chair.
Mrs. Tynes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'd like to make a motion to request an increase in the Wight County Schools fiscal year 2022-23 instructional category budget due to increase funding to the Mentor Teaching Grant in the amount of $2,718.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? If not, the clerk will take the vote. Okay, that is passed. Mrs. Harris will present a request to increase the Wight County Schools FY 2022-2023 instructional category budget by $11,596 due to distribution of mentor-teacher allocations for FY 2022 and fiscal year 2023. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So once again, we have the Mentor Teacher Award grant back in fiscal year 20, ending of fiscal year 21 and beginning of 22. An allocation was given from the state from two different pots of money, one from the state and also one from the ESSER, in which each amount was $5,798. And so in the first portion that was given was put, unfortunately, in the general operating budget last year, and so the funds that we reverted back to the Board of Supervisors included $5,798, which was a grant. So we are requesting tonight that those funds would be reallocated back to the school board. On the second portion, there was an allocation that was made from the ESSER back in October 2022. Those funds are on the state. We did see the award. We have not drawn down the funds yet, and so we are making the request to have those funds allocated so that we can spend. So the total amount between both pots of money is $11,596.
Mr. Chair,
Mrs. Tynes?
I'd like to make a motion to request to increase the Wight County Schools fiscal year 2022-23 instructional category budget by $11,596 due to distribution of mentor teacher allocations for fiscal year 2022 and fiscal year 2023.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Marsh?
Ms. Harris,
Yes.
I want to start by saying thank you for catching this. This is, in my words, a correction of an accounting error. Would you agree?
I agree.
Okay, so kudos to you for finding this stuff.
Thank you.
I hope there aren't many more.
I pray not.
My question is, given the point where we are in the school year, and that this grant was specifically for teacher mentoring, are we going to be able to properly apply it so that we're meeting the rules of the grant? Does that make sense?
Well, we have time to spend it. I believe the $11,596, I believe we have to September 2024 to actually spend those funds. So even if, I believe Ms. Sullivan will actually be ahead of this for the most part. So what's not being able to be spent in this fiscal year, we still have till September of 2024 to spend it. So even in a new upcoming fiscal year, these funds can still be able to assist our teachers.
So if we don't spend it this school year, it will be considered a carryover?
That's correct.
Got it. Okay, I'm figuring it out.
Okay.
I yield.
Okay, is there any further discussion? Okay, the clerk will take the vote. Okay, and that's passed. Thank you, Ms. Harris.
Thank you.
I think you've paid your own salary now with everything you've found. Next, Mrs. Getz will provide information on the FEV Tutor Incorporated for the board's information and for action.
Hello again. So we receive algebra readiness funding through the state. This money is used for our middle schools as we are preparing students to take algebra. We would like to use this money this year to pay for FEV tutoring. It's an online tutoring program, actually company, where we would actually designate students through some of our screenings to determine which students in 7th and 8th grades who would qualify for this tutoring. It is individual tutoring, one-on-one sessions, 40 minutes long. The student logs in, the tutor is logged in. They do not actually see one another, but they can communicate, talk, and so forth through the program. We would like to start this right after spring break. It's going to run until May.
End of May.
End of May.
End of May.
Like I said, the students will have several sessions, up to 20 sessions per student. It is a cooperative contract. That's why we need your approval. So tonight we're asking for your approval to spend the money. And again, it's money from the state that has to be used for algebra readiness. And the children that we're looking at are children who still have learning loss that is going on that we have not yet been able to recover, and students who we are concerned may have issues with their upcoming SOL tests. So these are the students we're going to target with this tutoring.
And Mrs. Getz, do we have a way to capture data to see how well this will perform?
We certainly can.
Good.
Absolutely.
Okay.
We have not used this before. Other divisions have,
Right.
but we want to give it a go. And we
Sure.
will definitely collect our data to see how it turns out.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
No questions. Thank you. I know at least one gentleman for the county supervisors that will be tickled, Dr. Kramer, that we're identified a very specific program to close that gap. So kudos to you.
We're doing lots of things. This is just one.
Awesome. Mr. Chair, I move to approve the cooperative agreement with FEV Tutor Incorporated for the purchase of tutoring services as presented.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? If there's no further discussion, the clerk will take the vote. And that passed 5 yeas. Next, we will have the reports from the superintendent's staff. Dr. Coleman and Mrs. Harris will answer any questions on the monthly financial reports. Mr. Marsh.
All right. So my fellow board members, Mr. Chair, Dr. Kramer, I have spoke with Doc Coleman offline, and so before I start getting into the weeds here, I would like to have a little discussion and look for any objection to, I suggest, and if the CFO agrees, that instead of having a detailed check register and a check register summary, we just have one detailed check registry, because I'm confident that all of this is already in here.
That is correct.
So unless anyone objects, that would be my suggestion to the group. And I don't think we need to make a motion for that, do we?
No.
Do you have any issues with that, Ms. Harris?
No, not at all. I concur.
Okay, let's roll that way. So for the reports themselves, on the summary, on the revenue side, general fund, we've got $359,101 in parentheses. So that means we're negative, correct?
Repeat that again. I'm sorry, I did not hear.
On the financial summary,
Mm-hmm.
under the revenue, fees and other revenue, on the far right, on available budget, it says $359,000 in the negative. Is that right? Am I reading that correctly?
Just a moment. All right, the financial summary for general fund?
Yes, ma'am. Under fees and other revenue, you'll see on the far right.
Okay, yes, the 359,101. Okay, so our budget, we anticipated to earn 431,000. We've currently, this month for March period, raised earned 43,986. Currently to date, it should actually read for that section revenue, year-to-date revenue, we have gained 790,000, and so we've actually we received more than what we budgeted for. We actually was expecting maybe 431,000, and we've actually received 790 thus far. So it's more of a credit.
We're over, not neg.
Exactly.
So just for clarification, under that one line there, it says general fund, then revised budget, current expenditures. That third column should say year-to-date revenue.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
I apologize.
That's okay. That's better. It's better to be over than under.
Yes.
And then on the register itself, I noticed that we had a significant jump in substitutes. 145,000 and change. If I recall, last month we had 70,000. Is that because of the bug going around? Is that unexpected, Doc Coleman?
I'm going to have to lean on Ms. Getz or Ms. Sullivan. Quite a few long-term subs that are out at this time. And it's a lot of illness. Yes, it is.
Okay. It's pretty sick. It's almost twice what it was
Yes.
last month.
Stomach bug.
Okay. And Tallahassee Automotive, 51,000. What was that?
Tallahassee. Where are you looking for that?
It's on the check register summary. It's also on the
51,000.
The description says capital outlay. I'm not familiar with what capital outlay means. So the vendor is Tallahassee Automotive. The amount was $51,498.
I'm going to have to get back to you on that particular one. I believe it has something to do with transportation, but I'm going to have to get back to you on
Okay.
that one to give you a definite.
Okay. That's it. I yield. Ms. Harris, thanks for all your ongoing work with this.
You're very welcome.
Appreciate you. I yield.
Okay. Are there any more questions? Okay.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the monthly financial reports as presented.
It's not.
This was just for information,
FYI.
Mr. Vice Chair.
Yeah.
I'll rescind my motion.
But thank you for the support.
Okay, next, Mr. Christensen will provide an update on support services. Yeah, we'll get to 19, that's the next set.
Good evening again. The support services update should include two items for your reviews. One would be the fuel reports, and the second, which I believe Ms. Whitlow is passing out now, would be the work order summaries, both for the month of March, and happy to answer any questions on either of those items.
Yeah, Mr. Marsh?
Mr. Christensen, just on the fuel by the numbers, it's I find myself trying to compare year to year to kind of see where we're at. The bottom dollar is an obvious comparison. We're spending more this year than we were last year. I'm going to assume that the usage or the number of gallons is basically on par.
It is fairly consistent year over year. However, we have already spoken with Mr. Blackwell, the transportation coordinator, to include specific gallon numbers in the report for next month and moving forward, so that you can have a clear indication of gallons year to year as well as cost.
I'm assuming that most of the increase has been driven by cost per gallon, not usage of gallons.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Christensen, I do have a question on the cost. Now, are we paying retail, wholesale, or do we get bulk fuel prices?
It's bulk fuel, and it's based off of the OPIS rack rate. I have to go back and check exactly what it is, but yes, sir, it's a standard bulk rate.
Okay, great, thank you. Are there any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Christensen.
Thank you.
Next, Dr. Coleman will share some photos of the new Hardy Elementary Schools. We're not going to have drone shots today.
Not. No, sir. No, sir. All right. All right. First photo that you'll see is the learning stairs and the stairway leading to the second floor. One thing that we have not taken a peek at this time was the second floor of New Hardy. So today we'll just be looking at the second floor. So we have the learning stairs on our left, and to our center, to our right will be the staircase leading to the second floor. This is the top of the stairway view. Of course, you'll know that this will be glass all the way around, and it'll be nice looking over the parking lot and also looking over Blunt's Corner area right there. That's what you'll see when you get to the top of the stairs. Next is just the implementation of the elevators for the second floor, just like we have at Georgia Taylor Middle School. Now we have elevators at New Hardy. This is the same hall, looking at it from both directions. This is the primary hall on the second floor, just leading to all of the classrooms that are located there. The picture to our left is the top of the learning stairs. So as soon as you get to the top of the learning stairs, that is what it looks like. You're coming around the corner and you can see the second floor. The first thing that you see is the collaboration space and sort of the tech coding room right there. It's going to be a better picture next. This is going to be the back side. In the middle, you will have the collaboration area for all classes in the area. Then you have the collaboration office to your left and right. Those rooms on the left and right are collaboration offices, meaning kids can go in, students can go in and actually work on projects, teacher-led throughout the day. The picture to your left is looking from the hallway into the area, and the picture on your right is actually inside of the classroom looking out. And once again, that's the center of the upstairs, second floor. Next, this is another picture of a additional collaboration space that's on the second floor, and two classrooms, one on the left, one on the right. Both classrooms, once again, share their collaboration space. Next, we just have other classrooms that are on the hallway at this time. These classrooms have already been assigned, and of course, the staff at Hardy had an opportunity to walk the building on earlier this week, or earlier last week. Last, we see one of the restrooms on the upstairs. As you can see, the sinks on the outside, and the toilets and urinals, different things of that nature. The plumbing, the plumbing is in at this time. That's the biggest win is the plumbing is in at the building. So it's a big win. That ends. Are there any questions concerning the pictures that were shown?
Dr. Coleman, I don't have any questions, but I just want to make a slight correction.
Yes,
I know
ma'am.
you're not from this area. When you showed us the front of the school,
Yes,
looking out
ma'am.
over the community, I really want to make that correction.
Yes, ma'am.
It's not the Blunt's Corner. That was looking directly into the Thomas Park neighborhood.
I will not
Adjacent
make
to
that
that is
mistake.
Orchard Garden. Blunt's Corner is the road that goes down into Morgan's Beach. It's just
Thank
the
you.
corner, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
That's important now.
I will not forget it. I also wanted to bring up the Columbia Gas. So I know that a couple of months ago, the board asked make sure I bring anything to the board that has maybe an issue coming sooner or later. Now, there's not a major issue at this time, but I do want to bring to the board's attention there is a issue with the Columbia Gas installation. Now, this issue is bigger than just New Hardy because the Columbia Gas pipeline will bring gas to the entire neighborhood. This is something that the Board of Supervisors, Randy Keaton and Don Jennings, are working on, and we're in contact every single day. Mr. Chris Bilbo, the project design manager, will be here next month to answer more questions and get into more of the timelines since we are getting closer and closer. Yes, ma'am.
I do have another question for you. I just wanted to ask you, is there anything major that's still left in the construction that has not been put in place yet?
Put in place as in anything major, as in walls and classrooms, all of those areas are up. Now we're waiting on other items.
The reason I asked, because I was thinking, it's such a significant historical thing. I noticed the yellow beam that you had in one of the pictures.
Yes, ma'am.
If if we had known prior to them putting it in place, maybe we could have had the staff that is at Hardy now
Right.
to go over, as well as board members and superintendent and anyone else that would like to participate, sign off on the backside that is going to be, walled in. That's why I asked you that. Is there anything left?
Okay. I can check to see if anything of that nature is still going on, and then I can definitely let everyone know.
And that was done when they did the construction at Georgia D. Talla, which was the last one that has been in it, that was within the last 10 years in this county. And the other schools too, it was previously done, but I wasn't on the board then.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
I'm not saying that because I'm on the board now, but it is significant because years later, it's just like when they do the time capsules.
Right.
Sort of like a little time capsule of something,
Yes, ma'am.
Hopefully we'll find something in a Hardy when they take it down. Maybe someone did something, yes. Mhm.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
No problem.
Mr. Marsh?
Doc Coleman, whatever the issue is with the gas, what if, is there a backup plan?
Yes,
For whatever
sir.
the reason the gas doesn't get hooked up, what's our contingency?
With the gas line, we're working on a contingency for, I guess you could say tomorrow, we're meeting up and going over more contingency. I don't want to go into all of the details of the scenario, but from the beginning, the backup plan has always been if we cannot finish on time, then on June 17th, we will not demolish Old Hardy. It is plain and simple.
So the bottom line is the gas is potentially a go, no-go for opening
The
that
gas at this particular time is going to be a go, no-go to a certain extent. You have to remember, Old Hardy runs off a gas line right now. So it's just a 2-inch gas line. The new gas line that's going in is going to be a 4-inch gas line. The gas line is not just for the school, but the gas line is for the entire community on that side. So with New Hardy going in, we kind of had to foot the bill to pour in the gas line for the entire area.
Do you need
So-
anything from the board?
At this time, no. Mr. Randy Keaton is on top of the scenario, and like Mr. Don Jennings is also on top of the scenario. So we have meetings going on almost daily, trying to figure out exactly how we're going to make sure that everything continues to run smoothly.
Excellent.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Stein.
Mr. Marsh, I wonder what Dr. Coleman just said on a previous group that, our governmental group I was with. The reason why when they do new construction like that, and especially out at Hardy where they really didn't have any lines, water lines, gas lines or anything per se, when those companies come, like electrical companies, gas companies and all, they ask for the local government to do the upgrades. And sometime if they had infrastructure there prior, some of those pipelines were probably smaller. They would automatically go to the larger upgrades because they know eventually the area is going to be populated. And they do that. They put in the infrastructure during that time.
Makes sense.
Sometimes it's a little costly, but it's worth it in the end. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I may, just a recommendation. Dr. Coleman, given that we're getting very close at this stage, we're already in April and soon to be in May. I appreciate your questions. Perhaps we can give you more consistent updates at this point. So I think, Dr. Coleman, as soon as we get some additional information, whether it's from Columbia Gas or the county administrator and his staff, we will make certain to provide you with those updates.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Coleman. We're at a point right now where we can take a short recess. Okay, so, yeah, I gotta go. So we'll take about a 5-minute recess. Okay, the school board meeting is back in session. Next, we will have the superintendent update from Dr. Kramer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And during this time, actually, Mr. Cookright is pulling up the PowerPoint there. I will say that I feel great that I don't actually have to rush this evening. Normally, we've been going pretty late, so I can actually go through. So as we go, thank you, Mr. Cookright. So let's go to the second. Are we okay? All right. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to rush you, young man. Thank you very much, Mr. Cookright. So, board members, as you know, I've been meeting with all of our secondary schools and the students seeking their input. So, the last school I had a chance to meet with at the secondary level was Windsor High School, and that was back on March 10th, and where I sought their input, their recommendations, their concerns, and I'll tell you, you are heartened, I was, and encouraged as you meet with these amazing students. I will be sharing with you, board members, some of their major recommendations thematically so that you can see what's on our students' minds. In the future, my hope would be to begin taking you, board members, along with me to have those conversations. Nice. And again, I'm sure you would be encouraged as well. Our future is in great hands when you get a chance to meet with students like that. Next, I had a chance to meet with our first-year teachers. I've met with so many of our educators, but we wanted to sort of pull out and meet with our first-year teachers, and these were teachers who are first year to our county, not only to our county, but teachers who are first year in the profession. And Ms. Sullivan and I had a great session with those teachers, taking them through activities, again, enlisting their input, their recommendations, their concerns, certainly with the goal to ensure that they stay here in Isle of Wight and to find ways to continue supporting them. Next, I had a chance to meet with our Employee Advisory Committee. These are standing meetings, and these young ladies, in fact, ironically, most of the young ladies, I think do have a few gentlemen, one was there, and these are employees from the different employee groups, again, continuing to seek their input. What are their concerns? What are their thoughts? What are their recommendations? And they've made quite a few. Equally, I will share with you in the coming weeks, months, what those recommendations are. And then on Saturday, March 18th, I had a chance to attend the JROTC Cadet Ball for Smithfield High School, and you see there our Principal Cuffey, and actually the tall young man in the middle is her son, Colonel Bedoin and his spouse, First Sergeant Hunter and his spouse, and my wife was able to join me as well. An amazing event by our young men and women in uniform there at Smithfield High School. And that was held at the Smithfield Center. Next, actually this occurred this week. I was able to attend and was invited to attend the Smithfield High School Boosters Board meeting, where they received a $10,000 donation via a grant that they wrote, and the organization that provided that was the Smithfield VA Events, who put on numerous events throughout Smithfield and the community. And they, I think, have given, Ms. Briggs, is Ms. Briggs still here? I think they've given over $1 million in our community. And, you know, not a lot of people are here in Smithfield, but let's give them a round of applause. That's quite a contribution. And as a former high school principal, I'll tell you, $10,000 goes a long way when you're trying to support athletic. Yes, ma'am. Oh, you want to give a little bit of history, please?
Dr. Kramer did mention Smithfield VA Events. Give you a little history about that. They started when the park was donated by Mr. Joe Luter, the Luter family, and Windsor Castle Park. And if you have been around here long enough, you know a lot of the town of Smithfield events take place in that park. Smithfield Event has an office over there in that park. That's their station over there. The Red Bonds and all of that, they help with all of those type things over there. And they pretty much host the events in the Windsor Castle Park. This is actually fundraisers for them, and they donate back into the community with those funds. And yes, they have earned over millions of dollars in those events, and this is a good thing. They're giving back to the community.
Thank you for that history, Ms. Torrance. Next, I had a chance to read to Hardy Elementary students in Ms. Hartung's class, and I had a chance to read The Good Egg and Jabari Tries. The books discuss the importance of perseverance and being good to yourself and one another. I'm encouraging, and as I look at Ms. Getz, our schools to continue soliciting readers, and I look to you board members. I know many of you are very busy, but it's wonderful when we are given opportunities to read to our students. They actually enjoy it, believe it or not, and I think it gives us an opportunity to see the great things that are going on in our schools. So Ms. Getz, as I look at you, let's continue to encourage our students and our principals, our teachers rather, and our principals to reach out to our elected officials here.
Yep.
Next, our ISLE Award recipients, and I will have to look at my cheat notes here. So upper left, first of all, our very own, the awesome Lynn Briggs received the Empower ISLE Award, and yes, yay, a round of applause for Lynn Briggs. Ms. Briggs does so much for everyone, and they surprised her and gave her an award, so well-deserved, Ms. Briggs. Upper right hand, Mrs. Roddy, our nurse coordinator. I'm probably not giving her a proper title. Supervisor, thank you, ladies. I knew I could look to my left and be corrected there. Thank you all. She received the Lead ISLE Award. Bottom left, bus driver Connie Bryant, please listen to this, who has worked and served this community as a bus driver for over 50 years. Yes, 50, yes. Round of applause for Miss Connie Bryant. An amazing person and could drive for another few decades. She was awesome, and she received the Succeed ISLE Award. And most of her years, I think, have been in the Hardy community at Hardy Elementary School, if I'm not mistaken. So I don't know if you know her, Ms. Tynes, but she has been doing amazing work in that community for a number of years. Absolutely, we should do even more for her. We've done something for her. We gave her the ISLE Award, but certainly we can do more. Bottom right, Mr. Eric Cypress, the young man there who works with our Smithfield Packers Youth Sports League. Yes, a round of applause for Mr. Cypress. And he, surprised on that evening, received the Inspire ISLE Award. So for all of our March ISLE Award recipients, another round of applause for all of these well-deserving recipients. And finally, just a few more. I had a chance to attend the Pyramid concert on March 30th. Yes, absolutely, in the back. It was an amazing event, and the talent of our students was on display. Students from Carrollton Elementary, Hardy, Smithfield Middle, and Smithfield High. And what you see here are all of those students actually on stage together. I know a few board members, I won't steal your thunder, you were in attendance as well, and I'm sure you'll share that momentarily. But an amazing event, and I think we will, so that I do not speak out of turn, I think there will be a similar event in the Windsor community later on, potentially something similar later this year, hopefully. And next, I had a chance just this week, an amazing event, and a number of our staff members were there. A special thank you to our special education department for working with Suffolk County Schools to host the Special Olympics. And what you see there are all of our students from Windsor High, and Smithfield High School who participated, but also the students who supported those students from both schools were in attendance, and you see the staff there. So we have a pretty large group there from those two schools, and they participated. Thank you to our friends from Suffolk for hosting this event and for allowing us to participate, but an amazing event, and my hope is that that event continues next year, and the hope is that it grows. Although I will say more about this event next month. But Westside Elementary students, the rocket launch occurred today, and I promised Mrs. Burrow's class that I will give them a shout out. But again, I'll share more about that next month. Finally, I would also like to wish all of our student staff a safe and productive spring break. Please take this time to refresh, to reinvigorate yourselves, and most importantly, be safe when we'll see you the following week. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to share my update.
Thank you, Dr. Kramer. Next, we'll go into action on the closed session items.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the personnel report as presented, a copy of which can be obtained from the school board clerk.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? There is no discussion. The clerk will take the vote. And it is passed unanimously. Next, we have the action on old business. And we'll start with the consent agenda.
Mr. Chair, go ahead, Ms. Hines. Mr. Chair, I move to approve the consent agenda as attached and presented.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? There's no discussion. The clerk will take the vote. And part of the consent agenda are donations to the various schools. So I'm just going to read off those people and companies that have donated to our schools this month. To Carsville Elementary, the Mid-Atlantic Dairy Queen gave 100 free Blizzard cards. Hardy Elementary, from Bishop N.C. Johnson, Coach for students, and from Tractor Supply, 2 5-gallon buckets for STEM night. Smithfield High School, they received $140 for the Drama Club. Windsor High, Smithfield VA Events gave Smithfield High School $140 for the Drama Club. Windsor High received $1,000 from Bayport Credit Union for the DECA Club student activity account. The Land Lab, they received a 2023 Valley Stock trailer from the Virginia Pork Council. So that's worth quite a bit of money. And the Isle of Wight County Schools as a whole, from the Women's Club of Smithfield, 3 $50 gift cards for Above and Beyond the Call of Duty ABCD recognition program, and Mr. Jim Abig and Smithfield Music, $10,000 for the music programs of Isle of Wight schools. I want to thank all these people that have generously donated to our schools. You are what helps make it better. Okay. Where are we at, Madam Clerk? The bylaws. Okay, next we have changes to the bylaws.
Mr. Chair, if I may start with comments?
Please.
So I think there may have been some confusion at our last board meeting, so just for the sake of clarification so that we're all on the same page, in accordance with Article 7 of the current approved bylaws, we can change our bylaws with a majority vote after 2 consecutive regular monthly meetings. Tonight marks the second monthly meeting since the proposed revisions had been presented by Chair Collick. As such, I move to approve the bylaw revisions as presented.
Second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? If there's no further discussion, Mrs. Tynes.
we should elaborate a little bit on what we are changing. We know, but the public right now may not understand. Actually, what we are changing is the work session meetings shall be held on the fourth Thursday of every month at the same place as regular meetings and shall begin at 6 p.m. unless otherwise set by the board. And they're changing that to work session meetings shall be held as needed
Right.
at the same place as regular meetings and shall begin at 6 p.m. unless otherwise set by the board.
Right.
And that's pretty much it.
Okay. Okay, is there any further discussion? If not, the clerk will take the vote.
Okay.
Yep. Three yeas, two nays, and so it does pass. Next is action on new business. Policies for second read. Mr. Marsh.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Fellow board members, Doc Coleman, last month we were presented with 25 individual policies for review. It's quite a bit to digest, especially since last month was the end of our budget workings. Me being the stickler that I am for policy, I have scrubbed through these, and of the 25, I've got 8 policies that I'd like to dig into and have some good discussion, because I think as a board, getting policy right is very important, and I certainly want to get some buy-in from Dr. Kramer and staff. There's also 17 policies that I've reviewed and I think are pretty simple decisions to give a blessing to. So without making a formal motion just yet, I'd like just to kind of have a little discussion and say I'd like to propose that we take 8 policies, CBG, DA, DGC, ECAB, GCI, GCPB, II, AE, and IIBD. And I'd like to table those for further discussion, possibly during a work session, so we can give them the due attention that they deserve. And so I'll yield for the moment and hope for some discussion.
I think if we pull them out and we had a work session, we could certainly talk about a special session. That way we could vote on it right then and there individually as we go through them. And that might send things along a little bit quicker with the same result.
Pardon me? No, I just remove those from the list today and table it to further discussion.
Okay. Is everybody else in concurrence with that? I
just want to make sure, Mr. Chair, that BDDH was on that list. I didn't catch all of them.
Repeat it again, sir.
So the 8 policies that I suggest we table for the moment is CBG, and that's the one that pertains to superintendent's evaluation. DA has to do with whether or not we relinquish authority to transfer funds. DGC, about records maintenance. ECAB is about vandalism. GCI has to do with employee transfers. GCPB has to do with the superintendent and the school board's revocation of teachers. That's directly related to what Mr. Edmonds had to talk about. IIAE, the only thing that I'd like to discuss is whether we should change the verbiage Board of Education to Isle of Wight School Board. It's really a simple one. And then IIBD has to do with the selection or the library materials. So I think we could, as a collective, have some good, hearty discussion on that. If you'd like to add something to that list, certainly would.
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
Yeah, I'd
Mr.
like to
Cunningham.
add policy BDDH and also KD.
KB?
Yeah.
KD.
And what
Yeah,
was
they're
the first?
basically the same policies.
Yeah.
EE?
BDDH.
BDDH.
BBDH.
BDDH.
BDD. That's
And,
the first one.
and KD. They're basically
And-
the same. You know, it'll be a quick discussion when we have the meeting, special meeting. I yield.
KD is not even on this list, is it?
If I can,
It was just added?
IIAE.
That's on there.
Okay, that says experimental and innovative programs that are not consistent with accreditation standards or other regulations promulgated by the Board of Education. That's the state. Are submitted to the Board of Education. Again, we submit to the state for approval prior to implementation. Is that correct, Ms. Briggs?
Yes, in that case, it's referring that we would have to take them to the state level Board of Education.
Right.
Right.
So it doesn't affect the
It's-
school board at all.
It's not referencing the school board, it is at the state level.
Board of Education.
Okay.
That was IIAE.
Right.
Yes.
Can I add comment on one of the other ones?
Please.
ECAB, vandalism. Mr. Marsh, I believe you had shared a question prior to the meeting about why wasn't the standards of student conduct listed as a cross-reference. It should have been. That correction was added. If you have additional discussion on that, but if that was the reason you wanted to pull it, we've made that change.
Please.
Ms. Briggs, yes, ma'am, and I caught your change, and thank you.
Okay.
Well, I did have an additional comment,
Okay.
or just discussion. $2,500 for vandalism. I know we had vandalism last school year, so, you know, I don't know the answer, but I think it's worth discussing. Is if a student tears something up, is $2,500 enough? I would argue that in this day and age, it may not be.
And I only wanted to point out, if that was the only reason, was because of the cross-reference. We've
Yes,
made that
yes, ma'am.
correction.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I think that's a good one for discussion,
Yes,
unless
sir.
anyone objects.
No. No, I think if any member wants to pull something for discussion, we should certainly do that. Ms. Whitlow, do you have the current list? Okay.
Are we just going to read the list that we're approving? Okay. Okay. I'm still working on getting all the letters in there.
Okay.
If my fellow board members could check my work here, I have the policies that we wish to table: CBG, DA, DGC, ECAB, GCI, GCPB, IIBD, BDDH, and KD. And then for the ones that I suggest we approve tonight as presented would be IIAE, EA, EEAB, GAB, IIBEA, GCB, GCBB, GCBEB, BDDG, K.
No.
I've got it. If you just want to make the motion, I'll do it.
Well,
remove those that you read first, that's
Yeah,
all.
one
That you
second though, KD is not on the list, so we can't have it for a second read. But because that is cross-referenced from BDDH, I think that would be an administrative
KD
function
was on the
anyway,
list.
if we made any changes to BDDH.
KD is on the list.
It
It
is.
is.
Yes, if you
I
go down
cannot
to the
see it.
bottom. if you
Third
go
from the
to
bottom.
The second row from the bottom.
It starts with
And it's in the
proposed,
middle.
which is why you
Start
probably
with
missed it.
propose.
Proposed.
It says proposed
There we go.
changes to
My
KD.
bad. Okay.
I missed it
stand
too, for
corrected.
the same reason.
Make the motion.
Mr. Chair, I move to table the following policies: CBG, DA, DGC, ECAB, GCI, GCPB, IIBD, BDDH, and KD for a time in the future and a date to be determined.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? There is none.
Just for the sake of accuracy, I'm going to take a verbal so I can get every single thing down when I've watched this back to do the minutes. So, Mr. Cunningham,
Yay.
Mr. Wooster,
Yay.
Mrs. Tynes,
Yay.
Mr. Marsh,
Yay.
and Mr. Colick.
Yay.
I said yay.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the following policies as presented: IIAE, EA, EEAB, GAB-IIBEA, GCB, GCBB, GCBEB, BDDG, CBD, IGBE, IIBEA-GAB, IJD, JJAC, JN, LA, and LI.
And before you make that motion, include IIAE. That's the one that Mrs. Briggs elaborated on and cleared up.
Yes, ma'am, that was the first one.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I was doing them in order. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
All right, so we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second. The clerk will take the vote.
Mr. Cunningham,
Yay.
Mr. Wooster,
Yay.
Mrs. Tynes,
Yay.
Mr. Marsh,
Yay.
Mr. Colick.
Yay. And next, we will have discussion and for approval of the adjustment of the 2022-2023 school calendar.
Dr. Kramer, thank you.
Yes, please, Mrs. Briggs.
Okay, just making sure. We've had fairly mild weather this year. And unfortunately, I haven't had a chance to do my snow call to people. Many people are disappointed. But the nice thing is we have quite a bit of time banked up. And after looking at the calendar and the amount of time that we still have, and talking with different people, we're going to recommend that we change the calendar to give all staff and students a holiday the Friday of Memorial Day weekend. That still gives us plenty of time, excuse me. It also, we've also made sure the testing schedule can support that. And we figure presenting it now gives people plenty of time to plan. So our recommendation is that we make that date a holiday for students and staff.
Mr. Chair,
Mrs. Tynes.
I would like to make a motion to approve changing Friday, May 26, 2023 from a regular school day to a student and staff holiday.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? There is no discussion. The clerk will take the vote. We will have a snow day in May. Okay, next on the agenda is school board member organizational memberships, and basically a discussion on school board member memberships in school board associations. Mr. Marsh.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Fellow board members, Dr. Kramer, I requested to have this added to the agenda just to kind of get a discussion going, get the wheels turning, people thinking about it. I know that the conversation kind of got started last month when Mr. Collick's School Board Member Alliance dues were presented for reimbursement. So I guess as a collective, we need to have some discussion about professional memberships, specifically the VSBA. For myself, I think last year, and somebody can correct me, and I hope they will, we spent somewhere in the ballpark of $39,000 with the VSBA. Some portion of that $39,000 went to a policy service. One of my requests to Dr. Coleman and your staff, probably directly to Mrs. Briggs, would be what exactly are we getting as far as a return on investment for that policy service? Do we have to be a member of the VSBA to take advantage of that policy service? Can we find an alternative to some sort of a policy service? So just my understanding that after having spoke with the member of the VSBA, the single lady that does the policy, she is an army of one, and I mentioned last month, she is sweet as pie, but literally what she does is reviews legislation as it's made into law, and she scrubs existing policy and makes changes. And having looked at, I can't tell you how many different school divisions across the Commonwealth, the lion's share of every school division in Virginia, their policies have the same look, touch, and feel. They're all categorized by the alphabet that we have for Isle of Wight. So I think it's worth looking into. Is that something that Mrs. Briggs and an attorney, I mean, surely that they're abreast of legislation that passed. Is that something that we can do internally? I mean, today is a good example. We've got 25 policies, and 17 or so of them are literally date changes or an updated legislation. There's really not a whole lot of brain power that went into it, in my opinion. So, all that said, you know, the $39,000 for VSBA membership. Personally, I'm not a big fan of the VSBA, but that's only one person's opinion. They are, by far and large, a lobbyist organization. Virginia Code says that as a school board member, you have to participate in professional training every year. That's really as loose as the law states. So I haven't been to a VSBA membership or VSBA event yet. I have participated in professional training. Most of it was online through our clerk. So I just think it's worth a discussion. It's worth looking at. For $40,000, I just assume put that money into a separate little bucket and send some kids on a field trip. So I'll let it rest and open up that can of worms.
Mrs. Tynes.
Yes, I guess I'm the oldest person sitting here as far as services on this school board. I'm also the oldest one as far as services doing public office in, right now. The Virginia School Board Association was established in 1906. They've been in existence now for 117 years. I don't know of any other organization in the state of Virginia that I would want to belong to other than this organization, because they're coming with history. They're coming with experience, especially experience in leadership, advocacy, and support. They are there to support us. I don't know of another organization that has that level of support, leadership, and advocacy that we need. It is well respected not only in Virginia, across the nation and the world. And I don't know of another one as of yet that has that. And I don't think it will happen during our time. I'm not going to say it won't happen in the future, but not during our time. $39,000, you said that was the total that we paid, but the things that we paid them for, we paid them for leadership. They do that. When they come and they train us, the reason it's virtual is because of COVID. Those things could be changing soon. They gave people an opportunity to participate that could not come due to COVID things. If you felt bad before, when I first, as a school board member, if you were sick, you were sick. You could not participate. And you know, and then we had to request some time for refunds and like anything that you sign up for, after a certain date, you may not get it all back. But at least with the virtual, we could call the clerk and say, hey, we're not feeling well, or something has come up, I really can't go to Richmond, wherever they're having it, Williamsburg or whatever, I would like to do the virtual, okay? And a lot of people sitting here as board members in Isle of Wight County. Now, I do know of one board member personally, was on the board for 30 years or more, and pretty much has been away from that board that we, as we know it, for about 20 years, I give or take. So that is 50 years right there. And we were members. Isle of Wight County has been a member of the Virginia School Board Association. Mr. Marsh, I heard you say, you know, you talked to the lady that does the policies and things like that, and she just pretty much change those things. If you look, it's just like we have staff, our teachers, they all went to different colleges. We even have a superintendent sitting here next to us right now, different college. He came to us from a different state. But because of the education department that we have in Richmond, they bring it all together, okay? Yes, the other public school districts in the state of Virginia, their policies probably, sure, they're going to mirror Isle of Wight counties and all of the others in Hampton Roads, Northern Virginia, Western Virginia, wherever. They're going to mirror one another because we are public schools in the state of Virginia, getting funding from the state of Virginia, getting funding from the federal government of the United States, as well as local. And because of the funding that we receive from those three government entities, we have to mirror something. We have the same children in the state of Virginia. They're just in different different jurisdictions, that's all. And of course, those policies will be similar. Maybe some of the larger school districts may have extras, look a little different from the rural areas, but we're gonna look the same. And like I said, I don't change things if it's not broken, and there's nothing broken about it. I cannot force anyone to participate in anything, but I think we will be making a major mistake because only once in the state of Virginia, I did my homework, Virginia Beach, and I want to say maybe, I'm not even going to call it, but it was a school district in Northern Virginia, a large school district. But they pulled away from Virginia School Board Association for some of the same reasons because someone came on board and said, we don't like it. They pulled away and they were only gone less than 6 months. They found out it was a grave major mistake. Isle of Wight County has made a lot of grave major instructional mistakes this year that is known no longer in Isle of Wight County. It's known across the state, across the region, across the nation, the world, okay? Don't do this. Don't change it because of the sake I don't like it. There are a lot of things I don't like, but I participate. It's called tandem. Work with it.
Right,
Thank you. I yield.
I don't think anybody's saying let's withdraw from VSBA. It's been my experience, the training there is very good. Okay, as you know, I've participated in the training. I'm participating actively right now with Dr. Kramer, and Dr. Coleman, and Ms. Harris. The piece that I don't care for is the lobbying efforts that the VSBA does. But I also believe that as a board member, I have the right to belong to an organization that really mirrors, some of my beliefs. Okay, when I first went, my very first VSBA meeting, it was like I was at a wake because the Democrats have lost. There was a lot of speaking about how bad it was going to be because we have a new governor and staff coming in. Okay, I mentioned that to a few people, and I know a few others did. It's got tamer. I don't hear any of the politics at the VSBA anymore, and I think that's great. But there is absolutely nobody here that I'm aware of stating we need to pull out of the VSBA. What I am saying is we have the right to belong and participate in the organizations that we would like to for professional development. And if that's, the VSBA, good. If it's the SBMA, good. If it's one of the other many organizations, that's fine too. As long as we're meeting the letter of the law, stating we're getting the highly professional training that we're supposed to get. Okay, it's not either or. It can be both. Dr. Kramer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Vice Chair, if I may, I would caution against us removing ourselves from VSBA, not because I'm in any way wedded to an organization or because there is some allegiance. I would like for us to have a thorough discussion and be able to respond to you regarding the numerous services that are provided to our school division. There might be some things that you may be unaware of. Chair Collick just mentioned a training that we are currently involved in. You mentioned the policy service that is provided to us. I would venture to say it's probably a bit more extensive than what you just shared. I can share with you significant advantages that provides us coming from another state where that service wasn't provided. And that cost will be absorbed elsewhere if we were to remove ourselves. And I would venture to say that that cost would be more extensive than the current dollars we're spending. So at a minimum, I would ask that we be permitted to share with you those services, the benefits that we are receiving from those services before the board elects to make a decision. So, Mr. Chair, I would ask for that opportunity before there is a vote.
Mr. Marsh.
Dr. Kramer, that's essentially what I was asking for. To be fair, and for the record, I would pull out of the VSBA, but that's not what I'm suggesting tonight. What I am asking for is exactly what you've offered: is tell me what we're getting, show me the return on investment. You haven't done it for 30 years, Mrs. Tynes. There's no doubt you've got some experience in what are we getting out of it? So I don't know what I don't know. I know that you didn't have some version of VSBA in Maryland. Somehow you survived. You've told me off the record or behind the door that you had your own system for developing policy, and I'm not trying to drag you into an argument. I'm just asking for, what are we getting for it? That's the point of my opening this discussion.
Sure. No,
and I didn't expect to take any action tonight. Right. I just wanted to get it out there, have some awkward conversations, and have a reason to squeeze my stress ball.
If I may respond, yes, we certainly will do that. As I look back at staff, we could probably respond to some of your questions tonight, but given that this was not an agenda item, I would like for us to be able to respond more thoroughly and in a more comprehensive manner. So if that is the will of the board, that is certainly what we will be prepared to do.
Mr. Chair.
Mrs. Tynes, or
I just want to say this, and Mr. Marsh just referred 30 years. I have belonged to organizations of every governmental public office I have belonged to. and I have belonged to the Virginia Municipal League. That is what the towns of Windsor and the towns of Smithfield belong to, which are organizations just like the Virginia School Board Association, just a different name. The Board of Supervisors have, I think theirs is the Virginia Counties Association, yes? Same thing. We also have them on the national levels, if you choose to belong to the national levels. But most people do belong to, on the state level. These organizations just didn't come up overnight in Virginia. They have been there for years. If we move from town and cities, which with this Virginia Municipal League, they mirror some of the same ordinances, okay? Same thing with the county Board of Supervisors. They're going to mirror some of the same things. So this is the first I've ever heard of the school board ever mentioning why I belong to the Virginia School Board Association. We must belong to an organization, a professional organization. And I do know it came up earlier that why can't we belong to other organizations? Fine, you can join other organizations, but it should not be, we should not join that and use public funding to pay that membership enrollment. Do it on your own. You can join anything you want. Because what you're going to do now, if you decide to go down that road, you're going to open up that can of worms that I keep telling you all stay away from. Been out here a long time in public office, okay? Regional offices as well, some of them on the state. But I'm going to tell you, once you open that can of worms, those worms are not going to want to come back in that can, okay? And we need to concentrate on, I think someone told us tonight, education, okay? Concentrate on that organization that's going to support our organization because they have the years of experience. They know what we need. I don't know of another organization in Virginia that I can't even call VML right now and say, hey, I need so-and-so in education, although I know what they do. If I want to call them in local government, fine, they can help me, but not in education. And we used to belong to the National Education Association, but Virginia School Board Association pulled away from that over a year ago, and they started their own. And that was a political move as well. Politics has no place, I will say it again, in education. Maybe in other local governments, but not in education, okay?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Cunningham.
What I wanted to say is, and I've been trying to find out how long Isle of Wight County Schools has been a member of VSBA, and from what I understand, it's well over 50 years. And like Mrs. Tyne said, VSBA has been around for over 117 years. The biggest thing that I'm looking at here is teamwork. And I've spoken with personnel at VSBA. I mean, I've been on the board since November 2021, same time as you. I think I may have you by 2 months. Yep. Been to conferences in Williamsburg every year in November. Richmond, have gone up there. Also Charlottesville, we all went up there together. There is nothing else out there, no other organization that can do what VSBA is doing now. And I know you're going to say we're not talking about leaving them, but the thing is, VSBA is more school board member as a whole driven. Some of these other organizations are like onesie-twosies. A member can join, but the whole board's not joining together. So I'm not going to bring church into this, but it's like going somewhere and getting a different word. So when you come back to the table, one person has this training, one person has this training. So that's not the way you bring a team together, and you know that from military. Teamwork is about working together, getting the same training. If you're not on the same sheet of music, how are you going to get the same training?
Well, first let me say that it can be complementary. Okay, you've had MOS training, and then you have left your command to go to get advanced training and brought that back to your command. Okay. It's very similar, very similar. will other organizations replace or, do everything the VSBA is doing? No, there's none out there. I'm not going to argue that point. And I'm not going to argue saying, that we need to pull out of the VSBA. Okay? That's not something I'm arguing for.
Okay.
Okay? What I do believe is every member has the inherent right to join a school board member association of their choice as an individual as well. And there are a couple school boards, not many, but there are a couple school boards where the whole board has joined the SBMA. Okay? And like I said, the thing about the VSBA, there's the one aspect of the VSBA that I do not like, and I won't mince words. It is their lobbying efforts. 100% of what they lobby for is against my family values and my religious values. At least when I go to the SBMA, I am receiving training with people who share those values. Under my First Amendment, even as a public official, that is a right that I have. And if we're going to spend money so we can all go to the VSBA to get training, well, we can spend a couple dollars, about $1 for every 10 that we put into VSBA membership, that we can spend, for a member, $250 a year versus $12,500 a year for the entire board through VSBA. That's all I'm saying, okay? That is it. I have gotten invaluable training from the VSBA. I have made some good connections through the VSBA going to the meetings. I'm not going to put them down, but I will tell you, I am 100% against their positions in lobbying. I have not heard them lobby on anything I agree with. And so I wouldn't mind holding back the portion of our dues that goes to lobbying.
So, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So,
no, you're on. You're on.
So, if I hear you correctly, what you're saying is you would like to continue to participate with Virginia School Board Association. Yeah, because I'm not going to pull out of that. But you also want the board members, the 5 of us sitting here, saying we can choose other organizations to become members, be members of as well. And we could come back together.
If that is something that you would like, I think that would be appropriate.
And the reason I said that is because just say, hey, I would like to join the NAACP, the National Associations for Colored People, okay? And I know you all sometimes think of that as just being African Americans, but that organization, like it said, colored people, people of color. So anyone that has any skin color can belong to that organization. So I could very well say, hey, I want to join that, and I want to take funds from Wight County Schools to join that organization. My thing is, we belong to an organization that supports us. Anyone sitting here can join any organization they want, but we're not going to be taking funding from Wight County Public Schools to do it. The only one we're going to do that with is the Virginia School Board Association, okay? You can join anything you want. I don't care what you join. That's fine. And if you go to those conferences and come back and you think it's something you can share with us, sit down and share it with us. But it's coming out of your pocket and not the public pocket.
Mr. Marsh.
Mr. Chair, Mrs. Tynes, just for the sake of being the contrarian that I am, to the best of my knowledge today, some members of Wight County Schools are active members of the Virginia Association of Counties, the National Association of Nurses, the Virginia Association of Superintendents, and the Virginia Association of Principals. And I know there's a handful of others that are all being funded by taxpayers. So I don't think your argument holds water. I respect it.
But that's
I
the
respect it.
organizations they belong to.
I respect your opinion. but I disagree with it. I just don't think that holds water. And again, I'm not asking tonight to make a vote to pull out of VSBA. What I'm asking for is for someone to show me the return on investment. That's what I'm asking for.
Well, then, you finish?
I yield.
Okay. Mr. Chair, may I say something
Please.
again?
Of course.
Well, if that's the case, if you want to do it on the Virginia School Board Association, all of the organizations that our staff members belong to, we want the same information to pull it together. What are we getting from it, okay?
Absolutely.
And I'm sitting here now. I also belong to some other organizations in Virginia for other boards that I'm sitting on. That's right. And they've been in Virginia for years. So if you just can't say we want it for this organization and not the other organization. You want that information, pull it for everything, okay? Now, I don't know if that staff, our staff is going to be able to do it for you. You might have to go out and hire staff to do that because it's going to take a little time.
At least 3 of those were in the monthly financial reports that we just approved. I yield.
Mr. Chair, I want to say something else too.
Please.
And I know all of this came about because I mentioned the fact, I caught it in a financial report about a month or so ago, where a board member, and I'm just going to say, our chair, board chair, joined an organization. Funding, public funding was used to join that organization, and I questioned, where did the approval come from? Because I feel that you use your leadership position to do something. You can join any organization you want. I don't have a problem with that. But once you approve and say, I want to use public funding to do that, and it wasn't approved by the board, I have a major issue with that. No public funding should ever be spent from our Wight County school budget unless it has been approved by the board. And that was not approved by the whole board. It was only approved by you, the board leader. And I do have concerns. You came back the next meeting, you wanted to put a motion on there. Mr. Cunningham pulled it, tabled it. This is why we're still here today. No, you're backsliding then. That's what I call it, backslide. That should have happened prior to you joining the organization, giving us an opportunity to take action on it. That didn't happen. You spent the funds before we took the action. Then you came back with a motion on the table that was tabled.
I came back with the motion after you had concerns.
Yeah, and I still have concerns.
As I stated before, it was in the bylaws as far as taking training from any organization. I know you didn't vote for the bylaws, but they are still the governing document.
They were the bylaws that you wrote, and you sent them to us and asked us if they were going to be okay. The bylaws we all should have sat down in a meeting, whether it was a special meeting, and we should have developed our bylaws together as a 5-member team.
You're
that did not happen,
right.
Okay?
You're absolutely right.
These
You are 100%.
are taking place. You're using that leadership position to do what you want to do, and I have major concern with it, Mr. Chair.
Mrs. Tynes, you're 100% right. The 5 of us should have sat down and written those bylaws, but you refused. You refused last year, and you refused this year.
I refuse sitting down and approving the ones that you did. Last year, we didn't have bylaws. We had codes.
No, we didn't. When
we
I
had
proposed,
codes, okay?
when I proposed it, it was shot down 4-1. Oh,
But
anyway,
that still doesn't give you permission to go off and spend public funding without permission. The board needs to vote on that. I don't care. You're not going to wiggle out of it. Do what you want to do. Say what you want to say. But it was wrong. No other board chair has ever done that I know of, and I talked around with some other people in the history of Wight County until now.
I seem to remember a board chair spending $12,000 without the board approval for a superintendent search and going 2 meetings being told she needed to get board approval for that until finally she did.
We got a superintendent that's serving the whole county now.
Well, wait a minute. You just said I'm the only one that's ever done that.
But you know what? The board did
Point of
approve it.
order.
You
We need to
just
get
missed
point
it.
of order. That's enough.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Okay, we're not getting anywhere on that
It's
discussion.
still wrong. Public
Point of
funding was
order.
spent.
Point of order.
Mr. Marsh.
Mr. Chair, I recommend we table this for discussion, and I would request, I do not want to make a motion, I would request the superintendent look into the value we receive from being a member of the Virginia School Boards Association on a not to interfere basis. In other words, don't bend over backwards to do it. Pull up some information, and we'll talk about it at a later date. And I yield.
Okay, the next note that I have is, Dr. Kramer, you and I had talked about an update on learning loss, and you were going to be
Yes,
providing-
staff and I will be prepared to share that at the May board meeting.
Okay.
Yes.
And what I want to ask my fellow board members, I would like to invite the Board of Supervisors as guests to come and listen in, not necessarily as a joint meeting. If nobody has a problem with that, I would like to go ahead and do that. You good? Okay. Ms. Steins?
Why?
They're interested in our students' achievement. They continually ask about it.
Well, the superintendent can send them a report. That's a separate organization. We're school board, and they're board of supervisors. They only fund us, that's it. If you want to invite them, that's just fine, if you want to do it. But, you know, hey, I've had the joint meeting with them this year on our budget. We had a joint meeting with them prior to that. And they're invited to come to any meeting we have because they're all public meetings. But we don't have to continue to send special invitations. They don't send special invitations to us to attend their meetings. And I'm not lovey-dovey with any of them up there because I separate the two. I know my role as a school board member, and they know their role as a board member of the Board of Supervisors. And I don't think the two should cross, other than budget. Thank you.
Okay, next we have regulations and exhibits.
I know these are just informational, but there was a question we had about, from one of the board members about why we are deleting JEA-E. That is an old form. That exhibit is no longer necessary because we have an in-house ISAEP program, which is essentially a GED program for students between ages 16 through 18. Before, when we didn't have an in-house form, if parents wanted their children to participate in a GED program, they had to submit a request for that child to then go and attend a different program. That's not the case now since we have our own. So it's a form that's not necessary anymore. It's an obsolete form.
Are there any questions? Okay, no questions. We're going to go into board member comments. Mrs. Tynes, you can start off.
Thank you. I would like to thank Hardy Elementary School for their the wonderful appreciation luncheon they invited us all to. And they also invited the contractors from this building, the new Hardy Elementary right now, and their staff, as well as parents. And I would like to thank all the staff, parents, and the students for giving us that appreciation luncheon. Also, I would like to thank the Windsor High School Dukes for donating T-shirts to us this evening. And I would like to leave and say to all, have a wonderful and safe spring break, and we will see you after. Thank you.
Okay, District 2.
Yeah, I just want to say that I started my day off this morning over at Windsor Elementary for their career fair. And apparently that word spread a lot quicker than I could travel in my vehicle. So, but anyway, it was very enjoyable. I had a blast. The students, they had a blast. They got to learn about fire extinguishers. You got to learn about a smoke detector, which did not work. It did initially, but then it broke. And that just shows that you need to check your equipment. All in all, I'm not going to make this long-winded. All in all, it was a very good day. It was very, very enjoyable. And I just thank the staff for having me over there today. Look forward to doing it again if possible.
Mr. Cunningham, District 3.
Okay, I'd like to thank Hardy Elementary School for the thank you luncheon, like Mrs. Ton spoke of. That was March the 13th. On March the 15th, I had an opportunity to go to WHRO in Norfolk for the HRETA Educational Advisory Committee meeting. They gave us a tour of the studios. They got radio, TV, everything, and explain what they do for the different schools in the area and why we're donating money to WHRO. And they also told us about things that that we should be taking advantage of, and Dr. Kramer is looking into ways of utilizing what they have to support our schools and our students. All right, March the 29th, I went to the CSEP meeting in Norfolk. It was a board meeting. Dr. Kramer was there with me. Also on the 29th, we went to the Governor's School of Arts Joint Board meeting, also in Norfolk in the same conference room. March the 30th, I attended the Pyramid concert at Smithfield High School. Chair, you didn't know I was there, but I was in the back supporting my son. Anyway, last but not least, this morning, I want to thank Mrs. Denson and Mr. Summit. I was the keynote speaker at Hardy Elementary School. This month is the month of the Military Child Celebration. Mr. Summit lined up the Norfolk Naval Band. It's called the Popular Music Group, and they played at the event this morning. Also found out that Mr. Summit plays a mean bass guitar. He is good. So everybody enjoyed the event, and yeah, it was awesome. I want to say to everyone, have a safe spring break and happy Easter. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Marsh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So since December, when I took this seat, I've actually lost count of the number of behavior incidents that I've had reported. Often, they're connected to school safety and security, one way or the other. They're most definitely connected to academics. We've been talking about improving academics. You know, if you've got distractions, your teachers are occupied, your administrators are occupied dealing with all sorts of stuff. We're forming committees, blah, blah, blah. Academic inevitably will suffer. Opportunities are lost. I'll spare the details of the incidents that I've heard of, but they're in abundance. So, as we push through after spring break, I'd like to team up with the superintendent and fellow board members and kind of refocus on behavior and discipline and safety and security. It was also in December when this body unanimously voted to approve the capital improvement plan, and our top priority we all agreed upon, safety and security. Since then, we've had some discussions, albeit some have been contentious, but we've discussed canines as an option. We had a brief demonstration via video of weapons detection systems, which seemed to be a pretty neat tool to add to that layered security plan that we're all concerned about, there's no doubt. So I'd like to make a motion, but before I do, I'd like to ask, if I may, Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask the superintendent to give me, if I asked you to give me a proposal for for K-9 team and an employment plan, and to purchase weapons detection system and a detailed employment plan. How long do you need to get that together?
I wouldn't venture to give you a time frame. Just let me, given that this has just been proposed tonight, these are things that we've certainly been looking at and things that we've been considering and things that we propose for the CIP. So I don't want to give you a time frame, but I'll certainly have staff begin working on this as early as tomorrow.
Okay.
And I would want to have further conversation with you regarding specifically what you're asking for, which I think would give me a better understanding of what we would be providing for you. I don't need that this evening.
I have it.
Well, you can give it to me after it. I don't want to belabor the point, but I think if we can get those specifics from you, and if you have those in writing, that would, I think, help us expedite what it is you're asking us to provide.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Sure. Okay.
So the point behind my request here is that it is an expense. We just submitted our adopted budget to the county. We also submitted our SIP, and it's budget season. So, I think time is of the essence, especially if we're going to start asking for money. So, yeah.
In terms of cost, we could give you that tomorrow.
Cost is one thing, but the cost won't do much if I can't provide a plan.
Well, I'd love to hear respectfully what you would like to see in that plan so that we can be responsive.
Yes, sir, and that's it's got to be a team effort. I think it's a collective effort. I know this is near and dear to Mr. Wooster's heart and certainly everybody else's. Anybody else want to say anything? And I'll make some sort of a motion here.
No, I'll say a few things now. About a month or so ago, I had a reporter ask me, she said, there's some teachers here to say there's going to be a mass exodus out of Isle of Wight schools. My response was, no, there's not. A couple teachers may leave. There's not going to be a mass exodus. She said, oh yeah, teachers are saying they're going to leave. I said, I don't think so, no. Well, what do you think would happen if they do? I said, it's not going to happen. Well, just hypothetically, if they left, I said, we'll hire a bunch of conservative teachers. That took on a life of its own, folks. Okay, the news media decided they were not going to report the story about INB, but they created their own story to fit a narrative. So I just want to make sure all our teachers know I fully support every teacher here. I am not looking for any teacher to leave. I've heard comments for the last 2 meetings at least, received emails, phone calls of how I hate teachers. Well, folks, that's totally untrue. I've received comments that I want to just go out and recruit conservative teachers. Well, I want the folks at home that are listening right now and may listen in the future, and the news media from Wavy, to understand I have nothing to do with the hiring of anybody in this district. Okay? So I want to put that to rest once and for all. If somebody hears that I've said something and you've got an issue with it, come talk to me. Find out if it's true. Because on every single news report since IAA, with the exception of Smithfield Times, every other news report has reported it wrong and reported it to fit a very specific agenda. Now, I want to go into the good stuff. I attended the Special Education Advisory Committee meeting on March 15th, again, meeting some very good people, and we have one of the best programs I have seen ever since being involved in the special needs community for the last almost 20 years. And then I attended the Pyramid concert at Smithfield High, again with Dr. Kramer. The students were just absolutely phenomenal. I cannot describe how good they were. The music directors we have in Isle of Wight are second to none. I have never seen such enthusiastic music directors right across the board, every single school. The energy that they had was incredible. So I just wanted to thank them, thank the students, thank everybody that made that happen, because that was some really great entertainment. And with that, I want to wish everybody again a very safe and happy spring break. If nobody else has any questions, we will move to adjourn.
Mr. Chair, this is something I forgot. Thank you, Windsor High School, for my polo shirt. I'll be wearing it during the summer when we go to polos or T-shirts. But thank you.
Yeah, and thank you to everybody. I
Yeah.
mean, we've gotten so many gifts this year.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.